As our culture, I'm going to bow from my right and bow to my left. Now is the time for the moment of prayer and meditation. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, before we start, Honorable Delegate, it is with deep sense of the sorrow that I announce the passing of our Tembinkosi Aplain, who departed this world on the 12th May 2023. Honorable Tembinkosi Aplain was a permanent delegate representing the province of the Eastern Cape in this house. We shall remember him and a commitment, disciplined member of the house who dedicated his life to the cause of his constituency. We send our heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and his party, the economy, freedom fighters. I'm sure our due course we shall have the orientation of condolences. You may stand up, honorable members, and have a moment of silence in honor of his memory. Kwanga umoya wake ungalala ngokuthula. Ngiyabonga. You may sit. Honorable Delegate, before we proceed, I would like to remind Delegate of the rules relating to visual and hybrid sitting. In particular, sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provide as follows. The hybrid sitting constituted a sitting of the National Council of the Provinces. Delegate in the high sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purpose of the quorum, all delegates who all log on to the visual platform shall be considered present. Delegate must switch on their video if they want to speak. Delegates should ensure that the microphone of their gadget are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. Honorable Delegate in the chamber must connect to the visual platform as well as insert their card to register on the chamber system. Delegate who physical in the chamber must use their floor microphones. All delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. Additionally, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegate members of the executive, special delegate, and SALGA representative on the visual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadget are properly activated to facilitate access to these interpretation services. permanent delegate, special delegate, SALCA representative, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadget on their desk to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegate, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister and Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, permanent delegate, MECs, and all special delegates to the House. Honorable delegate, I have been informed that the fourth order of the order paper will be defeated until further notice. Honorable delegate, we now proceed to the notice of the motion for 20 minutes in total for notice of motion and motion without notice. Delegates who wish to give notice of motion should use their raise hand function and a half a minute per motion. If delegate exceeded time of 1.5 minutes, honorable delegate, your time has expired. Your notice of the motion will be printed in full on the next order paper. Honorable delegate, honorable delegate, I now motion without notice for notice with motion. I would like to call those members who like to do motion. Yeah, with notice. Motion on notice.
Chair, notice, is it motion without notice or notice without motion?
Motion without
Notice of a motion.
Notice of motion without notice. No. Sorry, honorable members, we are on motion. We are on notice of motion. Which one? Yeah, not notice of motion.
Are you sure, House Chair?
We are on notice of motion. Notice of motion. Honorable members who are on notice of motion.
You can use a lifeline.
Honorable members who are on step number 6. Notice of motion, step number 6. I'll ask the table to assist me in terms of the hands. I'll start with Honorable Mikalakis.
No, it's Honorable De Bruin, the House Chair.
Ibrahim. Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you.
Am I right? Okay,
Thank you, House Chair.
that's our number 1. Number 2.
Can I continue, House Chair?
Okay,
House Chair,
please.
Can I continue?
Kuba, honorable member.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I move with notice that this House urgently debates municipalities like the Muakare local municipality that is deducting funds from employees in terms of tax, pension funds, and medical aid without paying these funds over to the relevant stakeholders. And that this House notes that the Muakare municipality has over the last year deducted pay-as-you-earn from employees without making the necessary payments to SARS. Also notes that funds deducted for pension funds and medical aid have not been paid over to the service providers in more than 7 years, and that this fraudulent behavior is against the law, and I move that this House urgently debates the maladministration of municipalities in this regard.
Thanks, honorable member. Honorable Chabeling. Kuba Loy. Honorable
Chairperson,
Chabeling.
Chairperson, there's some noise in the house.
no, but these members are ill-disciplined. What's happening?
Honorable Chabeling.
Thanks, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House, in its next sitting, debates strengthening and acceleration of efforts geared at addressing and finding solutions to the problems that engulf South African institutions of higher learning, as exemplified by UWC and the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, that is, and the University of the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Chabeling. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you, House Chair. Sorry for not switching on my video, Chairperson. We have load sharing. Can I proceed, Chairperson? Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in the next sitting debates measures required in order to accelerate the implementation of the NHI and as a means to reduce disparities in assessing healthcare services by all the citizens. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Memang.
I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debate the acceleration and expanding of initiative and efforts geared at supporting, financing and creating opportunities for young entrepreneurs as part and parcel of broadening opportunities to the historically disadvantaged young people. Thank you.
Thanks, honorable members. I think the hands that we're having, there were only 4. There's no other hands on the visual. Yes. Can the table assist me, because I asked them to assist me, they gave me only 4 names that were raising their hands. But because our 20 minutes is not yet finished, I'll start with Honorable Mutsabai.
Thank you, Chairperson. I raise on behalf of Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF, that cancel in the next sitting debate the deadly threat of mass shooting, which have become frequent across the country and which SAPS has failed to counter. I so move.
Thanks very much, Honorable Mutsamai. Is it any member also on the motion? Honorable Lord.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I rise that at the next sitting of the House, this House debates the ever worsening unemployment crisis facing South Africa, with the latest stats being released, sitting our unemployment at 32.9%, and how the ANC policies has failed us year after year after year, and how it's time for change in South Africa. I so move.
And Honorable Mudisi. I think all the members, I did raise all the hands that was up. Honorable members, I think now we are done with the notice of motion. Honorable members, hopeful the motion will be noted. I'll now, honorable members, go to motion without notice, without notice. Also, I'll ask the table also to assist me in terms of writing the hands that is up. I'll start with Honorable Dango.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, I went to move two notices of motion, so I'll follow one after the other. I hereby rise on a motion without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this House notes with sadness the passing away of the Honorable Joe Mpisi. Honorable Joe Mpisi, who passed away on Friday, the 12th of May, was one of the longest serving members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Comrade Joe Mpisi was the head of the ANC political caucus in Gauteng and its training unit. This House passes our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and the African National Congress. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
The second motion, Chairperson, that I wish to move is a motion of condolence to the family
Honorable Member,
of the late South African ambassador.
Honorable Member, Honorable Dango. I don't think that you allowed to do two.
It's
Yes.
another condolence message, Chairperson.
No, Honorable Dango, please.
Point of order,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Dango.
Chairperson, House Chairperson, point of order, yeah?
Where are you?
House Chairperson, it is up to you whether you decide whether he's got the ability or the right to do a second motion, but we first have to ask whether there's any objections against the first motion, which I do believe there will not be, but we cannot go to a second motion if you haven't asked for objections against the first motion. Thank you.
I was going there, that's why I was disturbed when she put the second motion without asking that there is objection or favor. Okay, Honorable Member. Now we are there now in terms of the motion without notice that Honorable Dango have raised. Any objection? Agreed. Thanks very much, Honorable Member. We continue, Honorable Members. The second member, the motion will be noted and proceed. The second is Honorable Member is Honorable Visa. Motion without notice. Motion without notice. You forgot now. Okay. Order, honorable members, give him a chance to speak. Speak, honorable member.
Thank
On
you.
motion without notice.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes, one, the continuous shortages of strategic vaccines ongoing in the livestock and animal industries now cause a state of disaster in the red meat industry. The disastrous crisis of vaccines in the livestock and equine industries require immediate intervention. Further notes that commercial and emerging producers are now suffering serious losses due to blue tongue outbreaks, causing up to 50% mortality rates amongst herds. This tragedy could have been prevented if the proposed steps had been taken by the authorities. The destitute livestock producers are left with no other alternative to use illegal, unregistered vaccines, which might pose a great risk. And at open discussions with the Minister on the 30th of March, 2023, an advisory subcommittee was appointed to urgently make proposals to the Minister at the deadline of 28 April 2023. To date, the committee did not meet, therefore undermining the agricultural agro-processing master plan with serious animal welfare implications and poses risks to human health. I so move. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thanks, honorable members. Is it any objection? No. Honorable members? No objection. The motion is agreed to. Honorable members, I'll continue with Honorable Bishop.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. On behalf of the DA, I hereby move without notice that this council notes that one of the roads that fall within the boundaries of the Tapacheo local municipality, leading to a school for learners with special needs, has become a life-threatening exercise. Further notes that according to the MEC for Public Works, Roads and Transport, Honourable Mandla Ndlovu, in 2018 promised that this road would be fixed in a blink of an eye. Again notes that 5 years down the line, nothing has been done about this dangerous road. Notes that staff and parents of learners using this road are continually having to make use of towing companies to tow them out of the mud bath that is called a road. Also notes that it is of concern that this municipality has the workforce and money to paint white lines on the road in front of the medical centre, which is so unnecessary, as the need to fix potholes and road surfaces are much more important and an absolute necessity. Again notes that the media and marketing manager of this municipality has indicated that all roads in town are a priority and part of the budget for 2023-24. But alas, this will be too late, as there will be nothing left of the roads in Tapacheo. Requests that this House engages with the MEC by informing him that he should not make promises and not act on them.
Sorry,
And
honourable
finally
member, your time
notes
is
that the DA
over.
will monitor the statement by the media and
Your time
marketing
is
manager of
over.
PCM and keep his word and ask him to keep his word. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, can you please keep your time, please? Is there any objection of the motion?
Objection, Chair.
Okay. Honourable members? Honourable members, the motion have been objected, then it's going to be recorded. We continue. Honourable Malika.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of African National Congress that the House commends the law enforcement agencies for a job well done in confiscating drugs worth 150 million, as well as arresting 2 suspects who were operating a fully functional clandestine laboratory in the rural Mohale city, Magaliesburg. Note that the 2 were arrested by the Hawk South African Enforcement Bureau in partnership with Crime Intelligence and the Special Task Force on Thursday, 11 May 2023. Understands that the Joint Police Team execute a search and exercise warrant following an intensive investigation into drug supply flowing into the Western Cape. Believes that drugs and drug trafficking pose a serious danger to South African society and are associated with violent crimes that are wreaking havoc in our communities. And also, Chairperson hopes more collaborative and intelligence-driven operations targeting drug syndicates are increased, as they always yield positive results in the fight against crimes and crime syndicates. And also applauds the law enforcement agencies,
Your time is over,
who
honourable
their
member. Your time
work
is over.
in facing drugs in our country. I so move.
Honourable members, is it there any objection of the motion? No. Honourable members. Honourable member, allow me to do my work. I told her that the time is over and immediately then switch it down. Honorable members, is it any objection of the motion? No. If no objection, the motion is agreed to. Honorable members, we continue with Honorable Mama Bibi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes a restraining order granted by the Pretoria High Court to National Prosecution Authority's Asset Forfeiture Unit to freeze 102 million worth of assets owned by 45 accused persons and 26 companies. And also notes that the 45 accused persons are facing charges relating to 53 unlawful police tenders awarded to the 26 companies. And also understands the accused were found to have acted collusively by making false and fraudulent misrepresentations in their tender bid to the police. And also believes that corruption is a broad societal problem that needs to be confronted head on. And also hopes that the court order granted by the High Court in Pretoria will be made final, and supports the court order and attempts to recoup and benefit that the accused of and the 26 companies derived from the tender, and calls upon the criminal justice system to intensify efforts to eradicate corruption from the society. I so move, Chairperson.
Honorable Bihihi.
Thank
you very much, Chairperson.
Yes, you can continue, ma'am.
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council knows the poor quality of health care provided in public health facilities, in particular those based in Black townships. Further note that our public health care system is underfunded. While most South Africans cannot afford the high cost of private health care, acknowledge the challenges faced in healthcare facilities negatively and quality of services provided. So much so that the decline in quality healthcare has caused the public to lose trust in their public facilities. Further acknowledge that public clinics are crippled to such an extent that they cannot provide proper services, which is in itself an indication of the collapse of the healthcare. The economic freedom fighters calls on the Minister of Health to tighten policies relating to the treatment of patients in our hospitals, as the cruel and inhuman conditions that patients are subjected to at our healthcare facilities is inhuman. I so move just to Kalebach.
Thanks, Baba. Honorable members, is it any objection to the motion? If is no, the motion is agreed to. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of the section 65 of the Constitution.
You let me double check.
I would like now, Honorable, honorable members, I would like to invite Honorable Nkosi on visual. Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Ethel Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with pride the continued successful arrest and prosecution of suspects involved in the corruption and stealing of public resources in the various ISCOM stations in the Mpumalanga province. We owe this success to the enhanced intelligence gathering and coordination with the various actors in the criminal justice. The arrests and successful prosecutions are a clear demonstration that the space for criminals to act with impunity is gradually getting closed. And for this, we extend our congratulations to the Hawks, the National Prosecuting Authority, and our intelligence community. I so move, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Nkosi. Is there any objection to the motion, honorable members? If none, no objection, the motion is agreed to. There will be no objection. The motion is agreed in terms of the Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, I would like to invite Honorable Miyemang.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with a sense of loss and sadness the passing away of Mr. Billy Masetla, the South African ambassador to Nigeria, at the time of his death after a long spell of illness. Indeed, death has indeed robbed South Africa and the African National Congress, in particular, one of the selfless and courageous servants of the people in Comrade Billy Masetla. Comrade Billy Masetla cut his political truth in the student movement in the 70s, also having been an integral part of the team that formed the Congress of South African Students in 1979. Indeed, a true combatant of the 1976 detachment. After the new democratic government, he served government of South Africa and African National Congress in various capacities, namely the Director General of the Department of Home Affairs and the National Intelligence Agency, all with distinctions and profound sense of duty, and as a member of the National Executive Committee of the mighty African National Congress. We therefore extend our heartfelt condolences to his family, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation and African National Congress. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mimang. Is there any objection to the motion? None. If no objection, the motion is agreed to. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of the Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Dango.
Chair, Honorable Moimang has moved the motion I was going to move. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Dango. Honorable members, or Honorable Christian. Motion without notice.
Thank you, House Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with deep concern the escalating drug problem in the Dikgatlong municipality, particularly in Berkeley West, and the detrimental impact it has on children and families. Notes with alarm that the drug problem has resulted in a rise in house burglaries within the municipality. Highlights the deteriorating state of the small towns in the Dikgatlong area, exacerbating the drug problem. The lack of adequate resources and services, including a shortage of police officials and only one police vehicle in Berkeley West, hampers law enforcement's ability to effectively address drug-related crimes and to maintain public safety. Raises concern over the malfunctioning streetlights at night, creating an environment conducive to criminal activities and further perpetuating the drug problem. Recognizes that the Dikgatlong municipality covers a total area of 7,315 kilometers square. It is paramount to prioritize the safety and security of its residents by providing the necessary resources to enhance the capacity of the South African Police Service in the area. And lastly, calls on the Minister of Police to undertake an immediate oversight visit to the Dikgatlong area to assess the situation firsthand and urgently address the critical need for additional police officers and vehicles. I so move. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Is it there any objection to the motion?
I object, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, I would like now to invite Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House applauds the law enforcement agents for catching red-handed three culprits who were stealing overhead Transnet cables on Thursday, 11th May 2023. Notes that the trio, which includes a security guard, were caught in the early hours of Thursday in Delmas while they were removing cables. Also note that the suspects were arrested and charged with the tampering with essential infrastructure as well as possession of the suspected stolen property. Understands that the suspects were spotted through advanced technology while they were allegedly cutting overhead Transnet cables and were found with 8 bundles of copper cables, a bolt cutter and 2 coin-joint wooden poles possibly used to hook off the cables. Consider that the theft of critical cables hampers Transnet ability to provide quality services to the country and causes unnecessary commuter delays and inconvenience. Commends the law enforcement agents' proactive efforts in apprehending the cable theft crime syndicates to minimize cable theft. Moreover, their commitment to use drone and infrared technology to arrest criminals. I so moved.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ndongeni. Is it there any objection to the motion? If no objection, the motion is agreed to. There being no objection, the motion is agreed into in terms of the section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, I would like to invite Honorable Kavenda on visual.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I rise to raise on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party the horrific death of 10 members of a family in KwaZulu-Natal in the city of Pietermaritzburg that were burned to death earlier today in what is reported to be an alleged drug-related incident. This horrific incident must really be condemned in the strongest possible terms, and we call upon the National Minister of Police to have an intensive investigation into the murders that are taking place around Pietermaritzburg that has now become commonplace. It is really mind-boggling to think how 10 people can be burnt alive whilst we live in a democratic society. This House conveys its sympathies to those who have lost loved ones in this horrific incident. I so move, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Kavenda. Is there any objection to the motion? If no objection to the motion, motion is agreed to. There be no objection. The motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. I would like now to call the last member, Honorable Lord.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House congratulate the Mossel Bay municipality. Yesterday, there was a graduation ceremony of 12 new peace and traffic office wardens in the Mossel Bay municipality. This project was made possible through a partnership between the municipality and the Provincial Department of Community Safety. These 12 graduates will play an integral role in ensuring that the safety for Mossel Bay and the Greater Garden Route District is looked after. There will be a knock-on effect that will ensure that businesses are attracted to come to the Southern Cape because it's a safe, enabling environment for them to thrive. I so move.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? If no objection, the motion is agreed to. There will be no objection. The motion is agreed to in terms of the section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, I would like now, there will be no further notice without a notice. Now, honorable members, I would like to go to step number 8. No, we're done. Hey, Mkofos. Honorable delegate will now proceed to the first order, consideration of repeal of the Transkeian Penal Code Bill B34-2022, National Assembly, Section 75, in the report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, Theoro announcement. Tabling and committee report 3 May P107. Honorable members, I call Honorable Sheikh, the chairperson of the Select Committee of the Security and Justice, to present the committee report. Over to you, Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, House Chairpersons. Greetings to your good self, as well as to the Minister and Deputy Minister who are present in the House and all honorable members. Honorable House Chair, the repeal of the Transkeian Penal Code Bill was referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the 28th of February 2023. The committee has agreed to the bill without proposed amendments. Honorable Chair, the repeal of the Transkeian Penal Code Bill seeks to repeal the Transkeian Penal Code 1983, extends the application of certain laws to the areas formerly known as the Republic of Transkei, provide for the transitional arrangements, and provide for matters connected therewith. The Transkeian Penal Code was enacted when the area known as the Republic of Transkei was legally in existence, and it codified criminal law in the former Transkei. Despite the reincorporation of the former Transkei into South Africa 20 years ago, the code remained in full force and effect in the area formerly known as the Republic of Transkei, even though the former Transkei had ceased to exist. The continued application of the code has created an untenable situation in that criminal charges are brought in terms of the code in the former Transkei, but in terms of the common law and other statutes in the rest of the Republic. The right to equality before the law, which presumes the uniform application of criminal law in the Republic, requires the state to ensure that there is a uniform system of criminal law and that there are no parallel laws that regulate the same subject matter in different parts of the country. The code can be traced to an investigation in 1880 into the customary criminal law of indigenous African communities, which culminated in the enactment of the Native Territories Penal Code. In 1976, the area formerly known as the Republic of Transkei became a so-called independent state. The code was enacted in 1983, and its purpose was to provide an amended, revised, and consolidated code of criminal law for the former Transkei, and it also replaced the common law in that territory. The interim constitution reincorporated the TVPC states into the Republic, but the code remained in force to allow the legislature time to harmonize laws in terms of Item 2 of Schedule 6 of the Constitution. The South African Law Reform Commission reviewed the code and recommended that it be wholly repealed and that the common law rules, crimes, and defenses it abolished in that area be reinstated. The South African Law Reform Commission's preliminary research found that, with a few exceptions, the rules, offenses, and defenses contained in the code overlap with or have corresponding provisions in the common law or other statutes which are applicable in the rest of the Republic, resulting in legal pluralism and legal uncertainty. In addition, the SALRC found that a handful of the provisions in the code have been superseded by more recent legislation, rendering the provisions of the code nugatory, redundant, or impliedly repealed. Honorable House Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice invited stakeholders and interested persons to make written submissions on the bill and publish the adverts in all official languages on Parliament's electronic platforms from the 1st to the 17th of March 2023, The committee received no submissions on the bill. The Select Committee received a briefing on the bill on the 22nd of March. On the 19th of April 2023, the Select Committee considered the bill as tabled, and on the 3rd of May 2023, the committee adopted the bill as referred without proposed amendments. There were no objections or abstentions to the adoption of the bill. The committee further adopted the committee report on the bill on the 3rd of May 2023. Honorable Chair, the committee agreed that the Transkeian Penal Code is in conflict with the current common criminal law that regulates the same subject matter in different parts of the country. This repeal will remove the continued existence of apartheid-era legislation and extend the current application of common laws to the areas of the former Republic of Transkei in line with the unitary state of the country's judicial system. The committee is pleased that the proposed bill advances the constitutional rights to equality before the law. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the repeal of the Transkeian Penal Code Bill B34/2022, referred to it on the 28th of February 2023 and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, recommends that the Council pass the bill without proposed amendments. I thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, before we Honorable Delegate, before we proceed to the voting, I shall now allow political parties an opportunity to make their declaration of the vote in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. Maximum will be 3 minutes per declaration of vote. Honorable Lamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF is in support of the repeal of the Transkei Penal Code of 1983. The Penal Code is an old apartheid law that was practiced in the Transkei and has remained in the statute books. We no longer have the Republic of the Ciskei and the Republic of the Transkei. It is therefore disappointing that today we debate this bill 28 years later after the abolishment of Bantustans. This is an indication of how much we have taken for granted the people of the Eastern Cape. There must be, therefore, an urgency to completely do away with the legacy of an institutionalized system of racial segregation, whose existence was to elevate white supremacy by delegitimizing and dehumanizing Black people. The rule of law in the Republic of South Africa must be uniform, fair, and in line with the Constitution, which will maintain its consistency through the province. All other...
Order, Honorable Member. Honorable Nana.
Who's disturbing superior logic here, Chairperson?
Okay, you can continue, Honorable Lamin.
The rule of law in the Republic of South Africa must be uniformed, fair, and in line with the Constitution, which will maintain its consistency through the provinces. All other pieces of colonial laws that are still in our statute books must be repealed, and new laws which mirror our values should be passed. The EFF therefore calls for the law to be the mirror reflection of the Constitution and must be impactful on the daily lives of ordinary and all South Africans. The law must always seek to restore the many injustices of the past. We are in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members. We now go to. We are now going to the. We are going to proceed to the voting of the order. Before we go to the voting of the order, honorable members will now allow. We are now allow the question is that the bill be agreed to. The delegate who vote in favor should raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised up. And I'm going to allow the members only 1 minute to allow members to come inside in the chamber. What is this hands up for, honorable members? We are not.
Waiting for the council.
Yes, meanwhile, we are waiting for the bell because we are not going out. I think we're just formalizing this to say we are waiting for the members who are outside or inside or in the visual to come in. I like to remind members that you only once vote if they are voting in the visual or in the house. You may not vote on the visual platform and upinde uvote inside in the house. Don't vote twice, honorable members. I would like to remind you on that. Our 1 minute is finished, honorable members. We're now proceeding to the voting on question. And the question is that on question. And honorable members, honorable delegate who vote in favor, should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands up so that the table can help me in terms of the counting.
Chairperson, my Ntube is voting in favor. I'm having difficulty with the raise hand function.
Amen.
There's no objection on this one, House Chair.
40. Honorable members, the voting in favor, there are 40. And now, honorable members, we can go to those who are against. None. I'm waiting for the table on terms of those who are in the visual. Okay, none. Honorable members, the counting is complete. The host will lower the hands and they prepare for the next voting. And those who are abstain, honorable members. I hope now is none. The abstain is none. Right? Okay. Thanks, honorable members, for your patience. In favor is 40, against is 0, and abstain it's 0. Honorable members, the counting now is complete. We are now going to step 12. Voting is now closed. the table will have submitted the results. Then, honorable members, the bill is agreed to in terms of section 75 of the Constitution. Honorable members, now we're going to step 13 on the second order of the day. We will now proceed to the second and the third order. Consideration of the report of Select Committee of Security and Justice announcement. Tabling and committee report 10 May P124. Draft regulation for approval in terms of the section 94(1) of the Legal Party Practice Act 2014, Act number 28 of 2014, date 10 May 2023. Consideration of the report of Select Committee on Security and Justice. Announcement tabling and committee report 10 May P129 draft regulation for approval submitted in terms of the section 94/3 of the Legal Practice Act 2014, Act number 25 of the 2014 date 10 May 2023. Honorable members, we go to step 14. I call Honorable Sheikh, the chairperson of the Select Committee of the Security and Justice. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Once again, greetings to all honorable members. Honorable House Chair, section 94, subsection 1 of the Legal Practice Act 2014 provides that the minister may, and where required in the circumstances, must make regulations relating to several matters relating to the Act. In terms of section 94, subsection 3 of the Act, any regulations made must, before publication in the Gazette, be tabled in Parliament by the Minister for approval. Specifically, section 94, subsection 1C of the Act provides that the Minister must make regulations relating to, among others, a procedure for the election of legal practitioners to the Legal Practice Council as contemplated in section 7, subsection 1A of the Act. And section 94, subsection 1J of the Act provides for regulations regarding the rendering of community services as contemplated in section 29, subsection 1 of the Act. Honorable Chair, with the proposed amendments with regard to the Legal Practice Council, national and provincial elections, the amendments will ensure a smooth, continuous transition from an existing council to another without an overlap in administrative functions, confusion, and duplication of elected members. Provision is also made for the option of electronic voting. The proposed regulations provide for when elections must be held and also when a member's term commences and ends. The paper ballots and electronic voting can be used, and for the appointment of an independent electoral service provider. The procedure will be followed if a vacancy becomes available. The proposed regulation prescribes the ballot paper for attorneys and advocates respectively, and the categories that can serve as members addresses compliance with the representativity provisions of section 7, subsection 2A of the Act. The regulations provides for when a by-election may have to be conducted. It provides for the refinement of the voting process and to include electronic voting, and provides for the processes applicable to electronic ballots. Honorable House Chair, access to justice for all in South Africa is set out in sections 34 and 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The cost of accessing justice, however, remains a critical challenge for many South Africans. One of the purposes of enacting the Legal Practice Act was to broaden access to justice by putting in place measures to provide for the rendering of community services by candidate legal practitioners and practicing legal practitioners. With regard to candidate legal practitioners, the regulations distinguish between the provision of community service and pro bono services. The regulations also provide for the following. A candidate legal practitioner must render community services for at least eight hours per year. A person who commences to serve as a candidate attorney during the course of the year must perform community service for a pro rata number of hours applicable annually. Any pro bono service will be recognized as community service. and following completion of the community service as a candidate legal practitioner, must submit to the council one or more certificates signed by their principal or engaging advocate confirming the rendering of the community service. With regard to community legal services for legal practitioners, the regulations distinguish between the provision of community service and pro bono services for legal practitioners. The regulations also provide for that a practicing legal practitioner must render 40 hours of community service per annum. A legal practitioner who starts practicing during the course of a calendar year must perform community service equal to and not less than 3 hours per month apart thereof in the first calendar year of the practice. Any pro bono services rendered by a practicing legal practitioner will be recognized as community service. In form of papyrus, instructions from a registrar or of a division of the High Court will be regarded as community service, and any lectures or training presented to candidate legal practitioners at no charge and with no remuneration will be regarded as community service. Honorable Chair, the committee, having considered the draft regulations submitted in terms of Section 94, subsection 1 of the draft regulations submitted in terms of Section 94, subsection 3 of the Legal Practice Act 2014, referred to it on the 29th of August 2022, recommends that the National Council of Provinces approves the said draft regulations as tabled. I thank you very much, House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, honorable delegates. I now put the question in respect of the second order. The question is that the report being agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall now provide the opportunity to make their declaration of the vote of the second order in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. It's for 3 minutes per declaration. Honorable members. There's none. Okay, there's no declaration. Okay. We shall now proceed to the voting of the second order. And the question is that the report be agreed to. I'll now call upon the provinces to cast their vote when called upon, hands of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor or against or abstain. I'll start with Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape yavuma. Eastern Cape yavuma. Free State.
Thanks, House Chair. Free State to vote in favor of the report.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal ayaseka sihlalo.
Natal ayaseka. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports, Chair.
Limpopo support. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable House Chair.
Mpumalanga in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape in favor. Northwest.
Northwest supports, Honorable Chair.
Northwest support. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports.
Western Cape support. 9 provinces support. Yes, against 9. Akolutu. Sabo. Thank you, honorable members. The voting now is closed. Yes, the number of voting in favor is therefore declaration, the report agreed to in announced with section 65 of the Constitution. 9 provinces have is in favor. Thank you, honorable members, delegate. I now put the question in respect of the third order. The question is that the report being agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I'll now allow provinces opportunity to make their declaration of the vote on the third order in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. It's 3 minutes. None. Okay, honorable members, we now proceed to voting on the third order. We shall now proceed to the voting of the third order, and the question is that the report being agreed to. I now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, hands of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor or against or abstain. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyavuma mhlali.
Eastern Cape iyavuma. Free State. Free State. Nsube. Free State. Siyakhula.
There's no way Free State can reject it, Chair. I think there's a technical problem maybe, but I think Free State agrees with this.
Thanks, Honorable Soiso. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng iyavuma. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal iyaweseka.
KwaZulu Natal iyayeseka. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports, Honorable Chair.
Aleboga. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape in favor. Northwest.
Northwest support, Honorable House Chair.
Western Cape. Mama Slapskachen.
Western Cape support.
Western Cape support.
House Chair, my apologies.
Nsube. No Rubits. Rubits. Yamanyan. The voting is now closed. The number of the provinces vote in favor, there were 9. Therefore, declaration, the report agreed to according wish with section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, now we will now proceed to the 5th order, policy debate on budget vote 33. Am I right? Okay. Oh. Thanks very much, honorable member. My document have been updated. The 4th order have taken out from my side. Then I did report at the beginning that this policy is going to be discussed further notice at my beginning of my meeting. So I don't think that we'll go to that, ma'am. Siyakuba ngoku. Honorable delegate will now proceed to the 5th order for policy debate budget vote 33 human settlement appropriation bill B3 2023 National Assembly section 77. Honorable members, I call now Honorable Kupai, the Minister of Human Settlement, to open the debate. Mama.
Malbongwe.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Chwete, MECs of Human Settlements who have joined us online, chairpersons and members of boards and councils of human settlements entities.
the chairperson of the select committee responsible for human settlement, Honorable Dodovu, together with all members. Let me start by passing my sincere condolences to the families, friends, and political parties of Honorable Mpesi, Honorable Apleni, and Ambassador Masetla. May their soul rest in peace. Honorable members, in his Human Rights Day message in 1996, former President Nelson Mandela sent the following message, amongst other things, I quote, "Our drive for human dignity and basic rights is premised on the development of our country and improvement of the living condition of the people. The freedoms whose virtue we are extolling are meaningless in the face of poverty and underdevelopment," unquote. Our work as human settlement is guided by these instructive principles outlined by our former president. Indeed, our government has made significant strides, creating the largest housing program in the world, and yet much remains to be done. The growing anger and frustration towards the government human settlements delivery system reflects the enormous work that we still must do to meet the needs of our communities. To meet this challenge, honorable members, we plan to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that delivery of housing to our people and the entire community remains fulfilled. Let me assure you that despite the challenges within our delivery system, we shall not stand by and watch the human rights of the poor and vulnerable being violated. We shall not stand by and watch communities consume dirty water and without basic sanitation facilities. Will not allow those who lack the political will and human compassion to use cheap political games and government processes that are meant to safeguard public resources as an excuse for endangering the lives and the health of our communities. We shall intervene where we see underperformance or reluctance to deliver houses to poor communities. It is in this context, honorable members, that in response to the dire needs of basic services of 16 informal settlements in Khayelitsha, we ring-fence money for the provision of water and sanitation to the informal settlements dwellers. And we shall ensure that that money is used for this purpose and not anything else. Upgrading informal settlements is central to our goal of achieving spatial transformation and the creation of sustainable cities. So far, a total of 1,269 informal settlements are at various stages and phases of the upgrading process against our targets of 1,500. In the Eastern Cape province, the Housing Development Agency has been appointed as the implementing agent for the upgrading of 39,520 households of 115 informal settlements. To ensure smooth implementation and solid intergovernmental coordination and communication, the agency signed a funding agreement with the Eastern Cape Department of Human Settlements on the 12th of July to undertake the program and financial management of upgrading of this 115 informal settlements in 6 districts municipalities within the Eastern Cape. Ladies and gentlemen, in need of land, there are people who have settled along the Prasa Railway line, which in Western Cape, which has been disruptive for the provision of this important economic and public service. We have also ring-fenced money to ensure that the land is acquired so that these communities can be resettled in a piece of land that is suitable for human settlement. I must again appeal to those who say not in our neighborhood to allow South Africans to enjoy the benefits and the freedoms of our democracy by being able to own a property. Due to climate change, the frequency of natural disasters such as floods caused by heavy rains and storms has increased significantly. More specifically, the coastal areas of our country, which include KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape provinces, have experienced these disasters repeatedly. Although these natural disasters affect everyone, but often the worst victims are poor families who either live in informal settlements that are built within the flood lines or those who live in building structures with poor structural integrity. After these disasters have struck, these families are left homeless and sometimes they're placed in undignified accommodation such as hold tents as temporary measures. These temporary measures often put women and children in unsafe position because they sometimes get abused. To try to acquire and prepare land for human settlement to resettle these victims once the disaster has happened is one of the most important things so that we can be able to do this. Unfortunately, some of the difficulties that we experience is that we are not able to find suitable land closer to where they are staying. And sometimes we find difficulties with communities refusing to move where we have found land. We intend to utilize social facilitators going forward as a mechanism, working together with communities and the NGOs in those communities in informal settlements, such as abahlali basemijondolo, to work with them to rebuild confidence in our communities, but to partner with them and also to build social compact with them. Thus far, honorable members, we have decided to take the decision that we'll utilize alternative building technologies to be able to respond to our natural disasters. In this, honorable members, we'll be able to respond timeously within the budget and be able to protect and give dignity to our people. The eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality has been under severe pressure to respond to natural disasters such as floods and heavy rains induced by climate change. In many cases, the response requires the affected households and victims to be resettled, as I said earlier on. As part of our intervention in the 2022 floods, we've been able to allocate 92 million to eThekwini Municipality to be able to acquire land. Honorable members and ladies and gentlemen, in our continued effort to unblock projects and accelerate the delivery of houses, we sent 200 million to the City of Johannesburg for bulk services at the Riverside, Lufereng, and Flare-Off mixed development projects. The completion of this project will help families who are currently backyard dwellers and in informal settlements within Gauteng province and be able to give them again the dignity that we speak about. In the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality, we sent a technical team to assist the municipality to unblock projects and put systems in place to deliver on this project. I'm happy to report, honorable members, that this work yielded excellent results in that 6 projects have been unblocked and we have been able to hand over almost more than 270 houses to beneficiaries in Polar Park and Kakauli housing project. In the Mangaung municipality, political instability, which also affected the administrative capacity of the metro, have led to poor performance and non-implementation of projects. We have sent a technical team which conducted an in-depth analysis of the challenges of metro, and we are currently now in the implementation to ensure that we can be able to resolve the challenges that existed. In that, we do believe that metro, the municipality, the Mangaung metro, will turn the corner like we have done in Nelson Mandela and be able to see a change and implementation of services. In this financial year, honorable members, we have allocated just under 307 million rands to unlock blocked projects, and most of these projects will be in Gauteng and Free State provinces, which together will deliver about 1,613 units within the blocked projects. Our work to transform the apartheid spatial configuration is gathering pace, and one of the programs that is central to this work is the social housing program. This program gives access to properties in well-located land to low-income households. Social housing projects bring people closer to workplace, social amenities, transport facilities, and other public goods such as health and education. Last week, we launched the Maitland Muse Social Housing Project in Western Cape, City of Cape Town, which will provide 204 rental opportunities with average monthly rental between 722 rands to 6,475 monthly. And this is within the income ranges of 1,850 and 22,000. This is what we are trying to address in terms of the gap market or gap housing market. In the coming weeks and months, we will be launching 9 more projects, more than nine projects, including Lufereng Social Housing in the City of Johannesburg, Tshwane Marabastad in the City of Tshwane, Hope City Project in Kangala, John Street Project in Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. We'll disrupt the apartheid spatial landscape and build integrated cities, one project at a time. The tenants in these projects will be protected through the Rental Housing Amendment Act. The department embarked on a process of developing the rental housing regulations to give effect to the commencement of the Act, and they are at the final stages. The Act intends to state officially the general principles governing conflict resolution in the rental housing sector, facilitation of sound relations between tenants and landlord, and provide for legal mechanisms to protect the rights of tenants and landlords against illegal actions by other parties by affording speedy redress. Honorable members, House Chairperson, effective from the 1st of April, we announced the beginning of policy changes to be implemented in all our new projects. These changes are aimed at responding to the economic changes, especially the rising cost of living and energy poverty, security needs for the vulnerable. We have decided that subsidized houses will be provided with solar panels and rain harvesting devices where necessary, especially in rural communities. For persons with disabilities, we have taken a decision that with 1st of October, all projects must ensure that their houses are fitted with butler bars to protect them from the criminals, because they most are vulnerable. And the feedback I received after launching a project of people with disabilities in KwaZulu-Natal is that after we left, people went and attacked them in their houses. So we received complaints from communities to ensure that we can protect this most vulnerable. As a caring and listening government, we are listening and we are responding. Because of increasing material cost, we have decided to increase the subsidy quantums by 29.7% from the April 2023. BNG services and top structures have moved to almost around 286,000. Houses for persons with disabilities have moved to 307,000. Military veterans houses moved to just over 348. First home financing support has moved to almost 169. Social housing has moved to 460. In our quest to get more value for every rent we spend, we have decided to embrace the innovative building technologies, as I said, in terms of our temporary interventions. Therefore, in the long term, we will do away with the current temporary units that we are utilizing. In responding to our disasters, this is what will be what we utilize: alternative building technologies, building material supply, homeowner managed repairs through the voucher system, so that those who can build for themselves are able to do so. Honorable members, for the financial year 2023-2024, the department's budget allocation amounts to just under 35 billion, of which 19.2 billion is allocated to provincial grants, 12.5 billion for municipal grants, 520 million for the Emergency Housing Response Fund, and 1.7 billion will be transferred to human settlement entities. Under expenditure and poor performance on grants by provinces and municipalities will not be tolerated going forward. And to continue with this, we're going to make sure that we strengthen in terms of the feedback we've received for honorable members, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, but also holding each other as a sector accountable and ensuring that we do the redress. Honorable members, one of the areas that has been an issue that has been raised by public is around the removal of asbestos. You will recall the removal of asbestos program in the Free State ran into serious problems and had to be halted. Some of these problems are currently undergoing court processes. However, asbestos remains a health problem for households and must be removed as a matter of priority. I'm happy to report that the Free State province has resumed the removal of asbestos program and budgeted just over 68 million for this program. We have started with the removal of asbestos program. First in Limpopo, we've removed 1,500, and even Kanyamazana, almost 2,100 of asbestos removed. Honorable members and House Chairperson, it takes more than bricks and mortar to build a thriving and sustainable communities. Direct involvement of communities in our program will help us fashion them in such a way that they respond to the needs and help them to form unbreakable bonds amongst one another. It is for this reason that we'll continue to support the People's Housing Program and the involvement and collaboration of non-governmental organizations in our work. We also will continue to work together in an intergovernmental mechanism to ensure that service delivery is effected. And I said earlier on, that does not mean that we will tolerate uncooperation. That does not mean that we'll tolerate non-compliance with our policies. And I want to emphasize, which I've been doing throughout the country, that policies that are set by national government are not an option, but a must for everybody to comply with. With that, Honorable Member, House Chairperson, I hereby table budget vote number 33, together with priorities for financial year 2023-2024 for your consideration and approval. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Minister. Thanks very much, Minister. Other honorable members. I would now like to invite Honorable CFP Smith, DA. Baba.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, fellow South Africans. I want to read to you this poem by Miss Mohim. This is our base, our favorite place, our beginning and end each day. It's our triumph and glory that these walls tell stories as they soak up all we say and do. This is our space. Each corner is laced with items we have chosen with care. From sweet-scented candles to fixtures and handles, the atmosphere is just right to share. So near or so far, wherever we are, no matter where we choose to roam, we live and we learn, but we always return. This is the place we call home. Chairperson, this is my dream for every South African, and this is the dream we as the DA strive to achieve for everyone in this country. Unfortunately, this is not the reality for many, many South Africans after almost 30 years under the ANC government. The ANC accepted defeat. Their time is done and the time for a new era have arrived. Chairperson, if we look back at the 29 years under the ANC, it is smeared with corruption, foundations without houses, houses with cracks that collapse, bribes to skip the waiting list, councillors renting out multitudes of RDP houses for an extra buck, people getting a free house, and 3 months later it is converted into a mansion. People getting a free house while already having a 4-bedroom house less than 5 kilometers away in the village. Tiny one-room houses that can barely fit a double bed in RDP Extension 17 outside Mokopane, where you need to walk out to change your mind, and with a zinc enclosed toilet in the corner of the yard. And so I can go on for ages. Chair, the people out there had enough of this useless ANC with their Rama promises. They want their dignity restored so that they can also have a house, can also call their house a home, a place to return to and feel safe. That is why it is crucial for this government to speed up the allocation of full service stands with starter packs for people to build their own homes. Government must ensure that all these stands have proper tarred streets and correct stormwater infrastructure capacity, proper sewer networks and processing capacity, water points at every stand with the correct pipe specifications, sidewalks, parks, schools, libraries, and commercial spaces for shops that is well planned. integrated transport systems that can link up with the existing network, electricity points at each stand, and street lights. Is this really too much to ask from our government? Instead of making it easier for people to build their own homes, this government is now wants to make it even more difficult and more expensive for ordinary South Africans to build themselves a home. Just this last week, the minister and deputy minister sat in the select committee to introduce the Housing Consumer Protection Bill, where ordinary South Africans will now be forced to register as a builder that will have a registration fee and an annual membership fee. How on earth do you think poor people who don't have a home and want to use their hard-earned money to build a shelter for their family will afford these fees? But it gets worse. You will need to prove that you are a qualified builder with papers to build, expand, or renovate your own home now. So even if you have learned from your father or grandfather through generational skills transfer, that will not make you a qualified builder. And you will be liable for a fine of up to 1 million rand if you are caught building without government approval. A big brother government of tyranny, if you ask me. When I raised this concern that we have a massive backlog in this country and should rather encourage South Africans to build their own homes on service stands, the minister replied and said that this bill is trying to do exactly the opposite by discouraging people to build and rather leave it to the building contractors. So much for calling yourself a pro-poor government. Chair, if we look at this budget, of the budget of this department, it does not speak to the urgency to fast-tracking service stands and housing opportunities for the homeless, backyarders, and squatters. Instead, this government throws some more money at failed SOEs, another minister without a department, oversight, or an oversight committee or budget for that matter, and pleasing the unions by budging to an unaffordable salary increase for those who are already fortunate to have a job, while millions are starving at home. Fellow South Africans, there's a saying, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. So with this ANC government, nothing will change. You can change presidents and ministers as much as you like. They will remain this greedy, selfish, and criminal organization that makes empty promises, lies, and cheat so that they can continue to eat alone. The time for change is at our doorstep. In 2024, you can do something different and vote for the DA-led Moonshot Coalition that will restore your dignity and make that dream of a home to return to a reality. Vote DA in 2024. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Smith. I would now like to invite Honorable TSC Dodovo, ANC.
Malibongwe.
House Chairperson, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya, Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Mamuluku Kubai, Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Pem Swete, permanent and special delegates, representatives of SALGA, ladies and gentlemen. What Honorable Smith has just said has made me remember that this is an election year and he's going to pander into populism and promote the DA and provide a speech an election speech rather than debating an important vote of human settlements. Having said that, Honorable Chair, last week, former Premier of Mpumalanga and former Treasurer General of the ANC, Dr. Matthew Nakedi Posa, delivered a keynote address at the Stadio graduation ceremony and reminded all of us and said these penetrating ways that the brilliant Russian writer and philosopher Alexander Solzhenitsyn once wrote about. Alexander Solzhenitsyn said, and I quote, "We know that they are lying. They know that they are lying. They know that we know that they are lying. We know that they know that we know that they are lying. And they still continue to lie." Honorable Chair, this afternoon we are told many stories, especially by Honorable Smith, about our own movement, the ANC, a movement that we know better. We are told stories about the performance of our own government in relation to human settlements. Having listened carefully to him, I can safely conclude that these remarks that he has just uttered are perfidious remarks colored by perennial fallacies, distortions, political expediency, and misinformation. We are told that the ANC government has betrayed the aspirations of our people and it has broken a contract to build sustainable human settlements and build sustainable communities. We are told that the ANC leaders are corrupt, as he says, and they are lazy, and they are not interested in the plight of the poor to provide adequate housing to them. It also seeks his utterances to portray us as the ANC as belligerent and insensitive in the eyes of the public and project themselves as better because they seek votes like predators at the smell of blood. Honorable Chair, this afternoon, I want to set the record straight and accept in the first instance that housing constitutes a daunting challenge facing our country. The truth is that we are heading towards the third decade. The truth is that as we are heading toward the third decade, since the advent of our new constitutional dispensation under the ANC government, human settlement policies, especially its development, implementation, and oversight, has undergone serious metamorphosis with both successes and shortcomings. Honorable Chair, let me refresh your memories. Under the stewardship of Minister George Slovo, our first Minister of Human Settlements in 1994, I'm refreshing, who would have been 93 years old as we remember his birth date next week on the 23rd of May. We commenced our journey in 1994 when we deliver housing to the people of this country, especially the poor and the unemployed, by adopting the housing-wide policy and by signing the record of understanding with major role players in the housing sector. The record of understanding encapsulated 7 key pillars of housing delivery and sustainability. In this regard, the ANC government developed important policy and institutional instruments, essentially to reduce the housing deficit, to make the housing finance system efficient, and to establish compact, integrated, and sustainable communities. Driven by the imperative to correct the human settlement imbalances and the deleterious effects created by the apartheid, and also to ensure that the new policy was compatible with international trends and developments to ensure housing security and comfort for all, as articulated in the Freedom Charter. The ANC government has provided subsidies to more than 6 million people who mostly are from the low-income families. The government has mobilized housing credit and savings to the poor people of this country in order to have access to affordable housing. The NC government has put in appropriate measures to protect consumers against unscrupulous developers for defects and poor workmanship, like the way we have articulated here, and wrongly like the way Honorable Smith has indicated. We are amending this legislation because we want to be compatible with those international trends and make sure that we really indeed protect the housing consumers. This government has coordinated investment in development by different players and sectors, and lately it has done so through the district development model. Honorable Chair, the ANC government has also stabilized the housing environment by restoring order, maximizing benefits of state expenditure and private investment. And this government has also established the necessary capacity to create secondary markets and facilitate the housing finance system, and to identify and facilitate land delivery processes. All these government policy interventions were necessary, Honorable Chair, to address the exclusion of the significant proportion of the population of this country from economic opportunities and social services, which had to do with the apartheid form of human settlement patterns. Despite this unparalleled track record, Honorable Chair, we are the first to admit that much still needs to be done to ensure that indeed our people, especially the poor and the marginalized, live in settlements which are good for human habitation. Today, as we speak, the backlog for housing remains huge. The desperation and impatience of the homeless leads to the proliferation of the informal settlements. Many people in our country still live in self-constructed informal dwellings, making this form of shelter a major contemporary urban residential landscape. Honorable Chairperson, to put this into perspective, 1 in 5 people live in formal housing, consisting mainly of backyard yards and shacks, as well as freestanding scattered informal settlements. Unfortunately, the consequences of this situation is physically reflected in overcrowding, land invasions, and generally in poor access to basic services. The human settlements, therefore, Honorable Chair, still reflects apartheid spatial patterns with low density, high income, well-serviced, wide suburbs, close to work areas for the rich and the affluent, and the large impoverished, sprawling, poorly serviced and black townships, as well as informal settlements on the urban periphery in the rural landscape of our country for the poor and the unemployed. Honorable Chair, in our engagement with the department last week on its annual performance plan and budget for 2023 and 24, we have noted that the department has identified several priorities, including spatial transformation and consolidation, and its alignment with the district development model. The department has prioritized to upscale employment and job opportunities as part of its contribution to the economic recovery plan. The department has committed to upgrade informal settlements, to unblock the block projects, to ensure digitization and registration of title deeds, and to facilitate the speedy payment of contractors and service providers. The Select Committee has further noted that under the Affordable Rental and Social Housing Program, the department will provide support to 7 provinces to eradicate uninhabitable mud houses, and will also table 4 reports on the monitoring of the eradication of asbestos roofs, as the minister has indicated here this afternoon. Under the Informal Settlement Upgrading and Emergency Housing Program, our committee has noted that the department will support all provinces and all metropolitan municipalities to upgrade the informal settlements with permanent engineering services. We also welcome the filling of critical positions in the department and in all the public entities under the belt of the department, more especially with women and young people to invigorate the department and the entities. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee, however, raised concerns about the delays of catalytic housing projects in the Matlosana local municipality and the Makubung areas in the Northwest Province. The committee is also concerned about the selling and renting of RDP houses, the provision of bulk infrastructure, that is water, sanitation, and electricity in areas earmarked for human settlements, and the functionality of the intergovernmental relations structures to deal with challenges related to the incomplete housing projects. Based on the above observation, Honorable Chair, the Select Committee made the following recommendations. The department should provide the committee with a breakdown list of provinces and metropolitan municipalities, which will be supported in upgrading of informal settlements with permanent engineering services and the eradication of asbestosis, mud housing, and backlogs in the provision of the title deeds. The department should make an intensive audit of the Matlosana catalytic project and ensure the speedy support and implementation of the Makubung catalytic project in the Northwest Province. The department should provide timeframes on all the planned research as contained in its programs and performance indicators. The department should fast-track the accreditation process so as to enable local municipalities which have the capacity to implement the urban settlement development program. And this is very much important, that the department should provide quarterly reports to the NCOP on its annual performance plan and budget for 2023-2024. Our Select Committee will conduct proactive oversight visits to provinces in order to monitor the implementation and completion of housing projects, title deeds, the eradication of mud houses and asbestosis, as well as the payment of contractors and service providers. Honorable Chairperson, as I pointed out from the beginning, the simple truth is that lies have short legs and have short memories. Even Amilcar Cabral, the revered leader of the people of the Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, taught all of us that we must hide nothing from the masses of our people. We must tell no lies. We must expose lies whenever they are said, like this afternoon. We must know difficulties, mistakes, failures, and failures. And so, as we do so, we must claim no easy victories like what we have heard this afternoon from Honorable Smith, Honorable Chair of the DA. As President Mbeki taught all of us as well, we must end the practice of claiming easy victories, easy parties, on the basis of having told lies and sought to outshine the ANC so that we can position ourselves as the real representatives of the people. As we prepare for the 2024 elections, we must stop engaging in fake posturing like we have had this afternoon so that we appear as good and ANC as bad. We must stop acting as charlatans who promise everything that is good while we all know that we're just trying to dupe and manipulate the masses of our people by not telling them the truth. As we move forward to 2024 elections, the DA, and especially these young ones of the EFF, specifically, must not think we will sit in helpless surrender when they look
Thank
for
you,
votes
Honorable Member.
and
Your
act
time is over.
as predators at the smell of blood. Therefore, we support this vote because it's an important vote for the ANC, and we are ready for them, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Chief, sit down, sit down, sit down. Time is up.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, allow me, Sikubeni. Honorable members, I would like to invite Honorable L. Maile, Gauteng MEC Infrastructure and Human Settlement. Honorable Maile.
Thank you very much, House Chair, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, members of the Council of Provinces, and colleagues from other provinces. We want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in this debate and indicate what is it that we have done and what we will continue to do, contrary to misleading claims by the member who was speaking of the Democratic Alliance, because in our province, we know that the DA is failing dismally where it is governing. That story of DA governing better has been proven to be a myth in Gauteng. And on human settlement in the sector, we also know how they failed dismally in Ekurhuleni when we had made resources available for them to complete projects that they failed. In Lufereng, the project that the minister was talking about, they were unable to continue. We had to revive the project after there was a change of guard, and we can go on and on. However, today we are not here for that. As the Gauteng provincial government, we aim to build integrated smart human settlements that ensures access to economic opportunities, transport nodes, and social amenities, as well as expand access to and ownership of land. Our priority is to provide security of tenure through the issuance of title deeds, including to women, youth, and persons living with disabilities. Accelerate the implementation of the Rapid Land Release Program, fast-track delivery on urban renewal projects, the redevelopment of hostels to family units, implementation of the upgrading of informal settlement program with focus on basic services and social amenities, upscale our mega projects to ensure accelerated housing delivery. We continue in earnest with the implementation of the turnaround strategy that was adopted by the executive management, which is anchored on 6 strategic pillars linked to desired outcomes. We can confidently report in this plan that to date we have completed some key interventions, including the development of the Human Settlement Master Plan, the initiation of the project bank, the implementation of the e-invoicing system, the customer management system. There are also several interventions that are in progress to be completed during the year, such as the finalization of the organizational structure, which will assist the department. It is important that we complete this exercise to be able to create an optimal structure that will accelerate delivery and create capacity that is required for core programs. We are accelerating the Rapid Land Release Program, which is one of the critical interventions in addressing housing backlog in our province. We are making progress in providing service stands that that beneficiaries are using to build houses for themselves. We are looking to clear the title deeds backlog by 2024, including issuing about 44,339 new title deeds to beneficiaries of in the current housing projects. Registered townships with outstanding section 113 certificates, lodged draft deeds are rejected by deeds offices. So we have had several engagements with mayors, MMCs, and senior officials of both the municipalities and province to see how we can deal with this problem. Proposals have been put forward to apply a waiver for title deeds registration, where outstanding milestones for conditions of establishment will be identified, budgeted for, and installed at a later stage. Occupants not approved through the housing subsidy system from conducted occupancy audit, about 35,000 are not on HSS approved, and as a result could not be registered. As a result, we have since approved a regularization policy which will address these identified challenges towards the eradication of the title deeds backlog. We currently have 114 townships with outstanding township proclamations and registration milestones, which could yield about 98,660 ervens. In the coming years, the department seeks to deal with around 10 townships per annum to reduce the unformalized township backlog and create a pipeline for title deeds issuance. The number of townships that will be attended to per year are determined by the availability of the budget. The main challenge is the lack of budget specific to historical townships that require specific infrastructure in order to meet the requisite conditions of establishments leading to the formalization and title deed registration issuance. The department has also committed to relocating people from informal settlements in Mfuleni, Mohali City, Rand West, and the city of Tshwane to more habitable land following the desperate situation many vulnerable residents find themselves in post-2022 floods. This initiative is part of the department's upgrading of informal settlement program. On rapid land release, 15,313 service stands have been acquired to date, with 3,192 having been allocated. 12,121 are at work. Are work in progress for the current financial year. On hostel development, the Gauteng hostel redevelopment strategy has been approved to intervene and resolve the challenges faced by the hostels in Gauteng. The availability of bulk infrastructure is the most critical obstacle to achieving the goals of the hostel redevelopment strategy. And understanding the extent of the bulk infrastructure problem and recommending solutions will be a key intervention. In this regard, we have proposed that the unique housing response plan be developed for each hostel, assessing the bulk requirements of all 65 hostels and proposing interventions. We are busy conducting a socio-economic survey to determine the extent of the housing problems in each hostel and the surrounding areas. We are also looking to identify land within a specified radius of each hostel in response to the problem and perform desktop feasibility studies. Through our provincial government entity, the Gauteng Partnership Fund, we have recently introduced a market for a new funding product that are known in the Commercial Housing Fund. This commercial product is designed to promote the broader participation of housing developers and rental property owners in the mixed-use affordable housing. We are also interested in using the other tools that are there. We have ensured that all our housing construction projects that are on the 2023-2024 Human Settlement Development Grant Plan and consequently on the 2023-2024 Annual Performance Plan form part of the priority development areas. Further to that, the use of the project readiness metrics by the department does not only bear testimony to the readiness of projects in meeting their targets, but also to demonstrate the compliance of the proposed projects to strategic directives such as partial transformation. Currently, there are 72 informal settlements that are in the planning phase to be upgraded, amongst other things. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thanks very much, MEC Maile. Honorable members, I would like now to invite Honorable M. Dlamini and hand over to my co-chair, Honorable House Chairperson Nyambi, to take over.
You can continue, Honorable Dlamini.
Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budgets of the Department of Human Settlements. The Department of Human Settlements is mandated in terms of Section 26 of the Constitution of South Africa and Section 3 of the Housing Act of 1997 to establish and facilitate a sustainable national housing development process in collaboration with the provinces and municipalities. Yet currently, there are over 2.5 million families in need of housing in this country, and the number is set to increase every year. The department has faced numerous challenges with the provision of affordable human settlement, and it has since its inception demonstrated its failures to eradicate the special legacy of apartheid and has instead redesigned and repackaged it, whilst Black communities remain stagnant in the space of human settlement. It has also failed to ensure an effective housing development process and failed at supporting provinces and municipalities in the implementation of human settlement projects. We are currently standing on housing disaster while the minister and all the officials at the helm do nothing. Chairperson, this department speaks of upgrading informal settlements. But what is democratic about informal settlements? And why has there been no decisive effort to address the issue of land? We also take note that every time the legacy of apartheid is raised in this house, there are members here who want to gaslight us on the legacy it has left for our people. And that we should wallow in collective amnesia of the consequences of a regime that seeks to separate us by race. Chairperson, we also take note that Black people remain in the deeply cluttered and neglected areas and are far from all economic activities. The ruling party wants to justify their sheer negligence and disregard for total restoration of Black dignity and complete eradication of the apartheid legacy by blaming apartheid. Yet the ANC government has not changed anything. They have just expanded what the apartheid government built and only use apartheid as an excuse not to account for many challenges that still exist. South Africa is currently facing a shortage of decent, affordable housing, and our cities continue to reflect the apartheid planning. Our people are denied real change on a daily basis. Chairperson, the provision of comfortable and affordable housing units is a right and must be accessible to the majority of our people. Housing units should be built in environments that create a physical, social, and economic well-being and quality of life with its inhabitants. Chairperson, we have witnessed through the Andries Tatane cleaning campaign of the EFF that was adopted this year, that areas occupied by Black people, you know very well who Andries Tatane is. Areas that are occupied by Black people are located in unused, unproductive areas, which are used as dumping sites. You can't speak of improving adequate housing and improved quality living environment, but on the other hand, look for ways to upgrade and keep the very same thing that brought us into the detriment that we are in today. This department has failed to provide good quality, well-located accommodation to our people. It has dismally failed to issue out title deeds, causing frustration, and has demonstrated an inability to handle disputes that mature over the years. This department has no credible vetting system to speak of, as in some instances, one person can own multiple houses in different municipalities without consequences. There are people who have been on the waiting list for housing allocations since 1994. Others on the system of houses allocated to them without their knowledge end up waiting in vain. The department does not address the municipal service levied, charged on low-income households, where there are exuberant accumulation of debt. It has been slow to respond to houses struck by disasters and aiding families with rebuilding their homes, as seen with the very slow pace in concluding the allocation for the flood victims in KwaZulu-Natal. It is also appalling to how dismissive the officials of this department are. When families are pleading for interventions, and in this case, the family whose house caught fire in Burgersdorp in the Jokabi region in the Eastern Cape. It is also worth noting that even with all these challenges the department faces, they still have a record of underspending their allocated budget. The budget presented is recycled and deeply uninspiring. This budget does not address any of the problems we have highlighted. It provides no departure from the stagnant approach to the housing problem adopted previously by the ANC government. It is with that the EFF rejects this budget presented by the Department of Human Settlements. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. And greetings to the chairperson, the minister and the deputy minister who are with us today, the MECs on the platform, and all honorable members in the House today. House Chairperson, we are here to debate the budget and APP of the Department of Human Settlements as part of our oversight responsibility as the National Council of Provinces on the department. I don't think we're here for cheap political point scoring. I think this is a serious responsibility that we have as the NCOP. And in the words of Milka Cabral, if I can also repeat, that we are not here to tell lies, nor are we here to claim any easy victories. Honourable members, our experiences over the years as a governing party has shown us that there has been challenges in the planning and coordination between and within the three spheres of government. Furthermore, we have seen instances where sector departments operate in silos while they are working to develop the same area. Given these challenges, the sixth administration has introduced the district development model to coordinate the work of government in all three spheres: national, provincial, and local government. The one district, one plan, and one budget Honourable Smith methodology underpins the district development model, which calls for representatives from all three spheres of government and civil society to collaborate in the development planning process and project implementation. Honourable members, some members, including in this House, as has been shown with the comments that have come through, think that the district development model seeks to replace existing legislation and mechanism of intergovernment relations. This is far from the truth. The district development model seeks to complement and give effect to the existing legislation. It provides a framework for cooperative governance to fast-track integrated service delivery, promotes intergovernmental relations that proactively resolve possible conflicts, and enhances harmonious planning and implementation of the service delivery program. However, there has been an outcry for some time, in particular from local government sphere, that sector departments tend to assign junior officials who do not have the necessary authority to take decisions when the need arises, to attend to the intergovernment relations forums that are chaired by executive mayors. Now, according to the district development model, sector departments are now expected to assign senior officials to the IGR forums. In addition, each district municipality has been allocated a national champion in the form of a minister, hence ensuring that there is political backing for the district development model by national government. In other words, the district development model is not another instrument that has no political backing for the
Sorry, Honorable Shaik,
government.
let me take Honorable Smith.
Honorable
Why
House
are you
Chair,
raising?
yes, I want to hear if the honorable member is prepared to take a question from me.
Honorable Shaik, are you ready to take a question?
Chair, I don't think it's worth my time, nor that of the House.
She is not ready.
Not
At
ready.
your own peril.
Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, it was not a mistake when our ANC-led government changed the name of this department from housing to human settlements in 2009. It was a conscious decision to demonstrate the commitment to not just providing shelter, but ensuring sustainable and integrated human settlements, thereby providing security and comfort to our people and restoring human dignity, as well as undoing apartheid spatial plans. When we say human settlements, we mean that all other amenities should form part of a new settlement, such as social, economic, educational, and recreational facilities, amongst others, for our people. And we agree, Chair, that there is a lot of work to be done to address apartheid spatial planning. Honorable members, due to the
Actually,
lack
no work
of
is done. Nothing is done.
capacity and capability.
Honorable Shaik.
Who is that, Chair?
Honorable Baha, this is the
NCOP.
first and the last notice. Stop what you are doing, please. Can you continue, Honorable Sheikh?
Honorable members, due to the lack of capacity and capability within some of our local municipalities, these institutions cannot effectively plan, and some struggle to produce credible budgets for approval. Today, the Department of Human Settlements is sitting with a number of blocked projects as a result of various challenges of contractors without the requisite capacity to implement the projects. Sometimes it's a weakness of project management and poor planning. The district development model as a one-stop shop presents an important instrument to assist struggling municipalities with proper planning, budgeting, and the coordination of housing development projects. The presence of human settlement officials and other sector departments will ensure that there is information sharing among the three spheres of government. Some of the reasons for blocked projects relate to a lack of basic infrastructure, such as electricity, roads, water, and sanitation, which are provided by other sector departments. Through the DDM, each department will contribute by aligning planning and sharing information on how to access the various grants. Honourable members, in local governments, in local municipalities, there have been challenges with underspending on transfers and grants from the Department of Human Settlement, and in some cases, this has been due to poor governance. Just recently, the Department of Human Settlements requested that the National Treasury make transfers from certain provincial departments in the Free State, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal. In January this year, the Department of Human Settlements requested the National Treasury invoke sections 18 and 19 of the Division of Revenue Act to stop funds from poor performing metropolitan municipalities from being reallocated to those best performing municipalities. In total, the Department of Human Settlements has stopped the allocation of funds amounting to 347.5 million from Mangaung, the city of Ekurhuleni, and eThekwini for the Urban Settlement Development Grant Program. An additional 107.6 million has been stopped in Mangaung Metro under the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant due to the same challenges of underspending by the Metro. In addition, the Department of Human Settlements, through Section 19 of the Division of Revenue Act, managed to reallocate the funds to 3 metropolitan municipalities that have been performing well during the past financial year. For the Urban Settlement Grant, the amount stopped and reallocated was 347.5 million, which was reallocated to the City of Johannesburg, Buffalo City, and Buffalo City. The Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant, the whole amount of 107.6 million in funds that was stopped was reallocated to the City of Cape Town Metro to cater mainly for the Praza informal settlements. On members, even though these reallocations have occurred, the need for sustainable human settlements and services to our people still remain in the underspending municipalities. Hence, there's a need for the full implementation of the district development model to ensure that we eradicate poor spending of the allocated funds by these metropolitan municipalities. We are happy to note that the department has made a commitment to ensure that there is capacity building and sector support in order to improve intergovernmental coordination and to also provide sector-specific technical capacity to provinces and municipalities. Through this initiative by the department and the district development model, we are hopeful that there will be improved spending by both provincial departments and municipalities. Honorable Chairperson, President Ramaphosa in his State of the Nation address in February this year highlighted the importance of having professionalized public services for our country to be able to deliver quality basic services to our people. President Ramaphosa said during SONA that a professional public service staffed by skilled, committed, and ethical people is critical to an effective state and ending corruption, patronage, and wastage. He further announced that the National School of Government will work with other organs of state like the Human Science Research Council to conduct these audits so as to ascertain the skills profile of the public service. Honourable members, we welcome the initiative undertaken by the President with the hope that by the end of the 9 months that President Ramaphosa has given the National School of Government to finish the skills audit, the report will be made available to us as well. Furthermore, we will request that the Minister report on the work that has been done by the department's war room to address some of the challenges as they relate to skills shortages in the various provinces and how the war room has filled the skills gap in the block projects. We further wish to commend the commitment by Minister Kubai to appoint suitable personnel for the department and its entities. In the Executive Authority statement of the department's APP, the Minister announced that central to the delivery of the department's mandate is the availability of suitable skills, and the department will continue to attract and recruit the skills necessary to deliver the services to our people. Honourable members, the presence of the DDM is an opportunity to ensure that all informal settlements that have been upgraded by the department are developed in a holistic manner. Minister Kubai announced that 900 informal settlements will be upgraded into phase 3 of the upgrading process. Just to remind members, phase 3 of the upgrading of informal settlements means that the project implementation phase focuses on the provision of full permanent engineering services and improving tenure of security, such as pegging plots and rezoning the land, and can be done for B1 informal settlements. B1 informal settlements are those informal settlements that are located in habitable land and there is no need for relocation. While the B2 informal settlements will be under phase 3, alternative land will be identified, and then at least basic interim services and administrative tenure recognition will be provided on the alternative land. On members, 900 informal settlements that are to be upgraded mean that 3 million of our people will benefit and their living conditions and environments will be better than the year before. It is incorrect by the EFF to say that the department is not addressing informal settlements. We need to ensure that the other sector departments play their role in providing their own services, such as early childhood development centers and schools by the education department, and the Department of Sport and Recreation providing sporting facilities and community centers for people, so that people do not walk long distances for these services. Honourable members, we must commend Minister Kubai for bringing about consistency in the implementation of the human settlement policies and for the decision to include other priorities such as the eradication of mud houses in rural provinces, the removal of asbestos roofs, the digitization of housing beneficiary lists, the provision of land and service sites, and the unblocking of the block projects. It is through the consistent implementation of these policies and programs that our government will be able to have a direct impact of addressing the housing backlog in our country. The district development model as a presidential initiative creates an environment to advance the strategic objectives of the Department of Human Settlements. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Shaik. The next speaker is Honorable Badenhost.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable ministers, fellow South Africans, good day. Chapter 2, Section 26 of the Bill of Rights in the South African Constitution proclaims that everyone has the right to adequate housing, and it goes further by making the state responsible through legislation and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. Honorable members, where my colleague Honorable Smith very ably illustrated the ANC failures of the National Department of Human Settlements, I have the privilege today to share with you how the DA-run Western Cape Department of Infrastructure is bringing hope to all residents in our province by building hope, but not only through human settlements, also through the infrastructure in the province. This department, under the leadership of Minister Tasha Simmers, is committed to accelerating delivery while promoting social cohesion through the development of sustainable, integrated and resilient human settlements in an open society. In 2023, it will continue to provide settlements that offer good basic and socio-economic services, offer a range of rental and ownership options that respond to the varied needs and incomes of the households, and consistently improve settlements through the joint citizen and government effort supported by private sector contributions. The Human Settlements Development Grant of 2.6 billion rand will see human settlement projects in the Western Cape deliver more than 9,395 housing opportunities. The DA-run Western Cape province, in keeping with previous year's achievements of spending its own funds to continue its focus on the title deeds restoration program after the national grant was stopped, exceeded the annual target of full title deeds registration by achieving 102%, and will furthermore accelerate security of tenure by handing over 6,600 title deeds this financial year. As part of the Western Cape Provincial Response Plan amidst the current energy crisis to mitigate some of its effects on indigent households, 976 solar geysers valued at 24 million rand will be installed at the following current projects: Rio Valley Transex Housing Project, 200 houses; Drakensberg Vlakkeland Military Veterans, 30 houses. Swellendam, Railton, 350 houses. Kannaland, Calitzdorp, 120 houses. George Syferfontein, again military veterans, 60 houses. George Metro Grounds, 216 houses. Honourable Chair, the flagship project for the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure is the deferred ownership model where beneficiaries of the finance-linked individual subsidy, FLISP, currently offered by the state to assist first-time home buyers are further assisted with installment sale and lease rent-to-buy options. Households with an income between 3,501 Rand to 22,000 Rand may qualify for the FLISP subsidy, but very often have difficulty securing a bond with a reputable financial institution in order to access that subsidy. In order to accelerate and promote property ownership within the affordable housing market, the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure have reassessed the FLISP policy to accommodate deferred ownership by delinking it from a mortgage bond. Prospective homeowners can now purchase a house via an installment sale agreement, where the buyer pays for the unit over a period of time without taking transfer of the unit. A portion of the monthly repayments covers the capital cost and interest, and transfer then takes place once the unit is paid for. Another innovative way is the rent-to-buy option, where a buyer has the option to rent the unit at a preset price after a certain period of rental. This will assist the potential buyer to improve his or her credit record and to seek finance for the purchase of the property. The Help Me Buy a Home scheme in the Cape Agulhas municipality is putting this delinked FLISP policy in action, where the municipality, with the assistance of an implementing agent, are developing affordable housing opportunities in Bredasdorp. Despite there having been an interest rate hike 3 times since the launch against an initial target of 30 housing opportunities, this pilot project is well on track. A total of 14 rent-to-own contracts have been concluded, and a further 9 straight sales agreements have also been concluded. There are currently 19 houses under construction here. With the Help Me Buy a Home program, the department exceeded their target of 2,000 units or individuals or applicants for the 2022-23 financial year and helped deliver 2,074 units, which outstripped its nearest rivals 5 times. Another excellent innovation to make housing services accessible to residents are the Western Cape Government app, which could be downloaded from the App Store. Some people talk about technology, we deliver. Almost all Western Cape municipalities have now integrated their housing demand databases, their waiting lists, with this app. Citizens can now update or register from anywhere, anytime on the app, from their cell phone to access housing services. Other key projects in the 2023-24 year includes intensive and innovative focus on informal settlements. Through the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant, the upgrading on informal settlements will further be accelerated. The set target is at 50 projects, for which 33 are at various stages of implementation. The Western Cape is, in fact, the country's leading province in terms of delivery. Honourable Chairperson, as I conclude, it is entirely possible to realize the dream envisaged in Section 26 of the Bill of Rights of the South African Constitution. All that is needed is political will, competence and innovation. The DA-run Western Cape has shown that it has all of the above in abundance. It is unfortunate, however, that the current government under the ANC are moving along at a snail's pace, showing little interest or ambition. But 2024 is coming, and South Africans will once again have the opportunity to choose which government they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'll now invite the KwaZulu-Natal MEC of Women Settlement and Public Works, Honorable Mahlaba, on the virtual platform. Honorable Mahlaba. Honorable Mahlaba, unmute yourself and open your video on the virtual platform. It's not on the virtual platform.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes, yes, MEC, you can continue.
Yes, House Chairperson, greetings, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and all MECs, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, members of Portfolio Committee, and honorable members present, Honorable Minister, one must acknowledge and appreciate remarkable work by the department, which has ultimately seen a positive rapid increase in a manner at which we attend to daily needs of ordinary South Africans. Indeed, we can unshamedly state that this ANC-led government, in its uniqueness, has been able to satisfy the basic need for physical security and housing. Not only has this government been steadfast in this commitment, which is enshrined in the Freedom Charter, which says that there shall be housing, security, and comfort, but today is a typical case study for governments around the world. The manner and speed at which that this government, ANC government, through the Department of Human Settlement, responded to the recent KwaZulu-Natal April-May 22 floods demonstrates the characteristics of a government who is in its quest to improve the lives
Honorable Mahlaba. Honorable Mahlaba. MEC, I'm allowing you to switch off the video and continue with the speech. Hopefully the network will improve so that we can hear you properly. You can switch off the video and continue with your speech, MEC. Otherwise, we're struggling to follow almost everything. No, it's no longer in the platform. It's clear that there might be issues of connection. So it's back now. Honorable Mahlaba, as we are back, you can switch off the video, focus on your speech. Hopefully we'll get a proper sound.
Okay, Chair. Thank you. I'm technologically disadvantaged, so I'm also in the remote part of the province where we're working. I'm sorry about that. As I was saying, and about the KZN program to support interventions that have been outlined by the Honorable Minister, especially in upgrading of informal settlements, fast-tracking the eradication of mud houses, increasing security of tenure and empowerment, place more emphasis in the provision of bulk infrastructure, assisting the district municipalities in addressing the huge backlogs, including wastewater treatment plants, will ensure that all areas running water and sewer. The informal settlement upgrade program, also 790 million, has set aside 30% to the provision of bulk infrastructure. This will unlock several development interventions in strategic corridors and development nodes. Considering this, the provincial department of human settlements have had your urging, Honorable Minister, to do better and increase the caliber and rate which will advance to fulfill the housing objectives. Wrong for assuming would fail to meet our target for flood in KwaZulu-Natal, for instance. This has ventured into the field of manufacturing stories in a desperate
Honorable MEC. Honorable MEC. Honorable MEC.
The counterparts on the opposition.
Honorable MEC Mahlaba.
House Chair, today we aim to put the debate on the procurement commission regarding delivery and compliance with the department. Yes.
Honorable MEC.
Yes.
It'll take care. Otherwise, we'll. Honorable members, that is why the minister and the deputy minister are with us here, because we always insist.
Yes,
if you are, Honorable Mahlaba, the connection is a problem. Hopefully, at an appropriate time, we're going to be able to send the entire speech for record purposes. Otherwise, we're struggling to follow what you are presenting to us. We understand the challenge of connectivity in some areas of our country. And it is what it is. There's nothing we can do beyond what we have tried. We're trying to follow, even if the video is off, we're still struggling to follow what you are presenting to us. So you'll be contacted to send the full text of your speech. But the chief whip has insisted in the past that it's always desirable, especially from some of us who are in rural areas, we will struggle in terms of connectivity. That is why we commend those that are in the house, like the minister and deputy leading by example. I'm not sure about that. Let's go straight to the Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Tswete.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Honorable Nyambe, and good afternoon, Mr. Mamuloko Kupai, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, all MECs, the members of the National Council of Provinces, CEOs and chairpersons of our entities, SALGA representatives, Acting Director General in absentia, Mr. Unongo, HODs, DDGs, and senior officials. Greetings to everyone who has joined this NCOP session online. House Chairperson, I would like to share with honorable members and the country at large that in the continent, we are seen to be pioneers and advanced in the human settlement space. A case in point is the recent study visit by government of Uganda, led by the Minister of State for Housing, whose purpose was to conduct a benchmarking exercise to understand the role of the National Department of Human Settlement in governing the real estate sector. Our department and its entities played a critical role during this visit and will continue to engage with Uganda on these matters. The Minister of State for Housing also seemed fascinated about the South African district development model and how it is implemented. Honorable members, the department took a decision last year to make housing of destitute cases one of its priorities. In the Eastern Cape alone, we have made strides in this area since we took the district development model approach of engaging all spheres of government in finding solution to fast track the delivery of houses for destitute families. Members might recall cases of destitute families which were brought to our attention last year through social media and community members of Pisana in the Eastern Cape. In the same year, the department completed and handed over housing to these destitute families, which included the elderly and persons with disabilities. We have handed over many other houses to destitute families in the past financial year. There is excellent work that is being done in KwaZulu-Natal under the leadership of MEC Dr. Ntutuko Mahlaba, where BNG's homes for destitute families are in different phases of construction, and the project is due for completion at the end of August. House Chairperson, during the build-up to the presidential district development model in Bizo in Gauteng last year, together with MEC Lebahang Maile, we handed over 400 title deeds to verified beneficiaries in Ratanda. Portfolio Committee has been consistent in monitoring the department and has emphasized the need to deal with the current pre- and post-apartheid backlog of title deeds. To show our commitment to this program, Minister Kubai has already established the Mabopane Venterfeld Haranguwa ministerial project to expedite the title deeds rollout campaign. Honorable members, on the 15th of November last year, we attended a military veterans engagement in KwaZulu-Natal with the President Tastim PTT led by former Deputy President. This was part of the provincial roadshows that the PTT has embarked on to engage with provinces. This year in February, we convened a meeting in the Eastern Cape as the three spheres of government and representatives of military veteran structures. In this meeting, we agreed to hold follow-up engagement with the Department of Military Veterans to strategize and how we'll resolve the challenges that were raised. The Department of Human Settlements is committed to ensuring that all deserving military veterans are adequately housed and that the process of fast-track to ensure that these heroes and heroines receive recognition that they deserve. Here we are talking about men and women who sacrifice their lives to fight for the freedom that we all enjoy today. In the MINEC that took place in the Western Cape on Thursday last week, a number of resolutions were taken to ensure that our commitment of housing military veterans is fulfilled. Amongst the resolutions was that the two departments will embark on the provincial roadshows to discuss all challenges that are currently hindering progress of this program. Honorable members, last year during tabling of my policy debate speech, we committed that we would empower women in the human settlements value chain. We will demonstrate this in Women in Construction in Daba, which is planned for August this year. The youth and persons with disabilities also remains our serious concern in terms of the gazetted set aside, which are 10% and 2% respectively on the total procurement spent. On sector transformation program, which aims to redress, the set aside includes the area of 40% procurement spent on entities owned by women contractors. Some provinces have performed well on this, namely Mpumalanga, Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, and Northwest. The province of Mpumalanga, led by MEC Speedy Masilo, is topping the chart. Honorable members, in my speech last year, I mentioned the 107 women entrepreneurs who had completed a program offered by the National Home Builders Regulatory Council, NHBRC, through the Gordon Institute of Business Science, the GIBS. I am happy to announce that in December, a further 105 women were issued completion certificates. We applaud this consistency through the NHBRC GIBS partnership. This training program is aimed at empowering women with business management skills to enable them to excel in their field of work. As I conclude, House Chairperson, we are always reminded by Minister Kubai that our work as the Department of Human Settlements is of service to the people. It is also about changing lives of the indigent and restoring the dignity of our people. We cannot deliver on our own as a department. Our work requires everyone to play their part, from members of the parliament and the legislature, housing developers, and our community at large. I therefore challenge everyone here today to partner with us. As you perform your oversight roles, honorable members, please be reminded that we share this responsibility as the most vulnerable in our society, seek shelter and expect service delivery from us in custodians of our Constitution. Archbishop Tutu once said, and I quote, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together." Ndifuna ukucacisa izinto ezininji eziye zathethwa ngabantu abakwikomiti yethu esingababoniyo ngamaxesha amaninji esibabona apha xa bethetha nge-human settlements bengazange ba-athenda nenye ikomiti esingabaziyo uba ezi zinto bazithethayo bazithatha phi. Okokuqala, sizimisele thina singu-human settlements ukuba zonke ii-province, akukho province ezakwenza unothanda apha, ii-province zonke ziza kumamela ku-national, sithi abaphetheyo okwangoku and sisezawuphatha. Kudala ke iintsomi sazimamela thina sisakhula zisenziwa ngoomakhulu, siyoyika ukuzikhunjuzwa ngoku sesibadala into yoba kuzawuphatha i-DA yakhe izindlu, whereas thina sivele ekhaya elitsha apho sibone amanyundululu, abantu behlele emanyaleni, abantu bengenazi-toilets, abantu besixokiswa kuthiwe kwakhiwe ii-toilets for iifemeli eziyi-15 kwakhiwe 1 toilet. Sivele ekhaya elitsha kusasa nje izolo sicelwa ngabantu basekhaya elitsha uhlobo ebuhlungu abaphila ngakhona, ngakumbi abakwi-informal settlements abangakhathelwayo yile DA namhlanje izingcayo iculo lobuxoki, kuba kaloku siya kwii-elections, siyayazi siqhelile iintsomi, and le yokugqibela intsomi ngulo u-2024 mnye. Abantu basekhaya elitsha bayafuna ukuphila njengabanye abantu apha emhlabeni. Ngaloo mazwi ndithi enkosi kakhulu, ndicela iiminisi zam ziphiwe uminista wam ezishiyekileyo. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable DM Tsote. Thank you very much. I'll now invite Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Dutoy, it's our next speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Agbare voorsitter, dit is 'n onbetwisbare feit dat alle nedersettings in Suid-Afrika, het sy dit formele of informele nedersettings, op hierdie stadium onder geweldige druk gebuk gaan. Some members may argue that the challenges we face today is as a result of flawed spatial planning, lack of funding, or inadequate financial support. But it has been more than 2 decades, Chair, since the integrated housing programs and the integrated spatial planning and development plans were rolled out and initiated. And what do we see today? Why are people still living in squalor? And why are most informal settlements that's been developed lacking basic services on this day and age? Why do we see an increase in illegal settlements in urban areas, and why does illegal land grabs take place and why does the private sector, municipalities, and individuals need to fight costly legal battles as a result of that? It's as a result of the ANC failing to fulfill their mandate. This is land portions that's being grabbed that's supposed to be developed for future generations to use effectively. Die antwoord, voorsitter, vir al hierdie probleme is bloot die ANC. Jaarliks word daar miljarde rande spandeer om infrastruktuur te vestig en opgradering van informele nedersettings daar te stel. Maar wat word van hierdie fondse? Provinsiale wetgewers word met miljarde rande toevertrou en jaar na jaar sien ons onderspandering of wanspandering wat plaasvind. En as gevolg daarvan word daar onnodige druk op munisipaliteite geplaas en word dienslewering gekniehalter. Radikale politici verwys na die feit dat nedersettingsprojekte nie suksesvol is nie en persone word gemaan en aangepor om grondgrype toe te pas en na die tyd daarop aan te dring dat daar wel dienste gelewer word. Dit is nie volhoubaar nie. Dit is onmoontlik dat so iets realisties kan wees. Voorsitter, do these radical politicians realize what effect and constant stress and uncertainty the lack of basic services and protest action due to social unrest has on the children in those communities? Do they realize that this is counterproductive and not in support of social cohesion? Do they realize that people need to be uprooted and replaced to other land areas after these illegal occupation has taken place? The culture of entitlement and dependency is driven and nurtured by power-hungry politicians and greedy entrepreneurs, Chair. Who benefits from illegal settlements? The people? Municipalities? Honest communities? No. The only ones who benefit from this is politicians and entrepreneurs that benefit in the form of votes and procurement tenders that's issued on an emergency basis. The people, the pawns, will have to be relocated, uprooted. They feel the brunt. Honest communities feel the brunt. Die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun beplande ontwikkeling waar nie slegs die individu se fisiese behoeftes nie, maar ook taal en kultuur en omliggende gebiede se behoeftes in ag geneem word, voorsitter. Ontwikkeling wat gemeenskappe in staat stel om by te dra, effektief by te dra tot die ekonomie en nie van die staat afhanklik te wees nie. Suid-Afrika, die ANC het sy rol as misleier baie goed vertolk. Ons is waar ons vandag is as gevolg van hulle. Hy het dit reg gekry om met emosie mense te dwing om te krupeer, net om weer in die hulpbehoevende ry te staan om te ontvang. Die kaarthuis van die ANC is besig om te val. Doen jou deel in 2024 om finaal te blaas dat hierdie kaarthuis kan tuimel. Moenie 'n slagoffer van die ANC wees nie. Bou voort aan jou toekoms, jou nageslag se toekoms. Jy verdien dit. Registreer en stem vir plus in 2024. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. Then next speaker is the Mpumalanga MEC of Human Settlement, Honorable Mashilo, on the virtual platform. MEC Mashilo.
Thank you, House Chair. I hope I'm audible. May I greet the Minister and the Deputy Minister, honorable members, and my colleagues, MECs from provinces. Honorable Chairperson, the Minister delivered the budget speech on the day our former President Nelson Mandela delivered his inaugural speech. That was the 10th of May in 1994. As in the New South Africa, which today was seated in this nice parliament, and we got the freedom of speech. In his introduction, President Mandela said, out of experience of an extraordinary human, disaster that lasted too long must be born a society of which all humanity will be proud. The minister reminded us as the government of the people, ably led by the African National Congress, that the people are waiting patiently for our government to deliver the promises we've made. And that promise is that they shall be houses, security, and comfort for all. Indeed, promise made is a promise kept. Our action and targets indicated our department's APP and operational plans are devoted towards achieving and fulfilling this promise. We continue to build houses for our communities, and should this have been a static need, we will now have achieved this target to the satisfactory of our citizens. We must indicate that the housing is not static, but a moving target. As Department of Human Settlement, we find ourselves in a space where people are born daily, go to school, grow to be adults, seek work, but due to the global economic downstream, for which South Africa is not spared, a demand of shelter becomes the higher and higher day by day. Being in the global world dictates that the standard of houses built should be drastically improved. This is what we are doing daily as a province of Mpumalanga. The current era says one cannot just sit in an open space and start building houses. Indeed, these sites must be serviced first before any top structure can be built. Water, sewer, electricity, and road infrastructure in the main should be provided before houses could be built. As a province, we are indeed doing exactly that. Social amenities amongst the community that include the walls, recreation facilities, schools, clinics, to name the few, must be prioritized. It is for this reason, as Mpumalanga, we've got 47 integrated human settlement that will be doing, of which each of it will give us almost over 3,000 to 6,000 sites at the end of the day. That we believe that's an achievement that we're going to do. As we do so, our people told us in no uncertain terms that what they need is not necessarily the low-cost houses, what we call RDP, is the sites that are serviced and they can build for themselves. And indeed, we have seen a number of areas where we put our RDP, our people have demolished them, and they've put beautiful houses. And that's why, as a province, we believe very strong that we must move towards moving the settlement, as it was said earlier, that we're not for housing, but we are for human settlement. May is termed Africa Month, and talking about the achievement our government has made in improving the lives of our people in this will remain engraved in the history book that is really a caring government. We've promised our communities security, and they shall be a comfort for all amongst others. In the human settlement, maid security is provided when beneficiaries have ownership of the houses through the title deed. The minister has already indicated that in Mpumalanga we've already given 2,660 title deeds so far, and our people are happy for that. In the human settlement, a mandate security is provided when beneficiaries have the ownership of the houses. This is the security we have never enjoyed in the old dispensation of the old apartheid regime. The minister has clearly stated that the title deeds have been given to our homeowners. Indeed, we have started with our adult, which is the old age people, our senior citizen, the widow, as well as the child-headed families that have benefited, including the disabled people. As the province of Mpumalanga, we regarded the title deed as a priority. That is the reason why we will issue each and every time title deeds. As we start building a house, we have agreed to register those people so that at the end of the construction, the title deed are issued to the owners. And that we shall avoid the land invasion and the house invasion in that regard. The slow on non-issuing of the title deed has illegal occupants taken advantage of occupying those houses. We believe we have surpassed this particular problem as a province. Further, access to service land brings comfort to the people. It is important to note that in Mpumalanga, among the sites we are servicing, 60% will be allocated to the low-cost houses, while 40% will be allocated to the middle income. That include the FLISP, where people can build for themselves. Welcome the minister's announcement of a policy change with effect from the 1 April 2023, when she said, we have decided that all subsidized houses that have been built will be provided with the solar panels and rainwater harvest devices, especially in the rural communities. For persons with disability, the houses will be fitted with a butler to improve security. We believe this is what our people have been lonely for, and this is what our people have been calling for. It is only current government with a strong foundation led by the OR Tambo that can boldly welcome and claim such progressive policy changes. OR Tambo taught us, open quote, the fight for freedom must go until it's won, until our country is free and happy and peaceful is part of the community of men and women cannot rest. Indeed, we are pledging to work tirelessly without sparing ourselves to fight for freedom and win. We have further realized that without bringing our social partners closer, we will not succeed in providing for our communities. The DDM model, which as a province we are following, it has held a very good result because number of the mining in the province have since come on board and assist us so that we can address this particular problem. We are reminding our mines houses of their social responsibility in terms of the social labor plans. We believe together we'll build a resilient community infrastructure that will stand the test of time. As we speak of the good that is taking place with this sector, I must hasten to say the emergence of business forum and in their manner of operation has delayed some of our projects. Through our engagement, chairpersons, our business forum have now come on board and certainly were determined to make our project working. It's for this reason that we need to go back to the root of having social facilitation and lifelong education to our communities about the impact of blocking project progress. Non-spending of the budget of the people delays meeting the houses needs of our needy communities who stay in the mud houses. As a province, we'll be almost doing 138 mud houses within the province that will be constructing. We are going to do almost 6,341 upgrading of informal settlement across the province. This is what we're all looking for, and certainly we're going to achieve that. We have, as the minister said, the military veterans will be doing about 29 houses in this financial year that we are going to construct as in Mpumalanga. We have given hope to our community since we took over in 1994. We are still determined to work with our community to improve their life condition to be the better. I must indicate that the challenges that we face as provinces is because the budget is shrinked. Moreover, the community has increased. We have no hesitations, and we're told before by O.R. Tambo in 1977 that you might think it is difficult to wage a liberation struggle. Wait until you are in government where people will expect to be serviced. Certainly, we must work together with everybody. No amount of insult, no amount of criticisms will deter our people to believe in our program that we are doing. Each time we've got a community meetings, our ward community meetings. Today we had a meeting with Gersbande. Tomorrow we'll have a Transkeian, and the following week on Monday we'll have with Nkangala. We will be communicating with all our councillors in terms of registering the people and making sure that the list goes to council, and all councillors have gotten access to the people who have registered to get the houses, so that we can have the list that is approved by council, so that we don't have the list
As you
that is said to
conclude.
be corrupt at the start. As I conclude, Chairperson, Mpumalanga siyaqhuba, and certainly will deliver according to the target, and we support the speech including the budget the Minister has just presented. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. MEC Human Settlement, Honorable Mashile from Mpumalanga Province. Now I'll invite Honorable Hatebe Pungane, who's on the virtual platform. Honorable Pungan.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, honorable Deputy Minister, honorable House Chairperson. Section 26 of our country's constitution is very clear on the fact that everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. However, 26 years after the constitution was adopted, the government is clearly failing at its attempt to manage South Africa's human settlement in an orderly and efficient manner, and camp towns, cities, mines, and most centers of economic activity. Many South Africans living in informal settlements cling to the department's promises of providing them with homes. However, in reality, they are stuck on an ever-growing housing list as the country's housing program falls further and further behind. The onus is often on local government to provide temporary emergency accommodation, which is often dangerous due to the frantic nature with which it is built. In the April 2022 floods, more than 14,000 people were displaced, with 4,000 left totally homeless. The district municipalities of Ugu, King Cetshwayo, Umgungundlovu, KwaDukuza, Msunduzi, Ilembe, and the eThekwini were the worst hit. This led to hundreds of families having to live in community halls for an indefinite period of time, as the department did not have adequate disaster relief measures in place. The purpose of this budget is to facilitate the creation of sustainable human settlements and the improvement of household quality of life. More than 60% of this department's total budget is allocated to Program 2, which is responsible for the management and transfer of conditional grant to provinces and municipalities for the implementation of housing and human settlements program. Therefore, the IFP notes with great concern that the reactive nature of this department should be addressed. In July of last year, about 120 housing projects were placed on hold as a result of the Department of Human Settlements reprioritizing almost 516 million rand for temporary housing for flood victims in KwaZulu-Natal. This reiterates our concern as delays in housing would lead to an increase in informal settlements and deepen the severe housing crisis in KwaZulu-Natal, where there is already a backlog of 742,000 houses. In consideration of the comments made above, Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP accept the budget. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Pungane. I'll now invite Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the Department of Human Settlements has failed to fulfill its mandate for years and will continue to do so if the current budget allocated in terms of vote 33 is indeed approved. Minister, I want to focus for a moment on Program 3 of the budget vote, which deals with informal settlements. We are seeing land invasions and the growth of informal settlements at a startling rate. In Gauteng and the Western Cape, particularly, there appears to be no control and no political will to manage the settlement of our people. Minister, the ANC-led government has allowed unplanned development. In fact, it has often been encouraged by your party and your coalition cronies, the EFF. The result is evident in the south of Gauteng, where well over 1 million people are living in shacks with no access to water, no access to toilets and sanitation, and no access to legal electricity connections. There is no plan to assist them with services There is no plan to house them. There's no policy in place, and there's no infrastructure to support them. The ANC has lost control, and this department is running around building a few substandard little boxes to house foreign nationals paying rent to ANC councillors, as Honourable Smith pointed out. It's like putting up a tissue paper umbrella in a rainstorm, totally ineffective, and it leaves you looking like you should have been flushed. The minister trumpeted about 1,600 houses in projects that are still being unblocked in Gauteng. Minister, this is less than 1 month's worth of in-migration in that province. You need to show more urgency. And while I welcome the burglar bars on the houses for the disabled, you're treating a symptom, Minister. The problem is a lack of planning, with settlements as they're being built comprising houses, but no new police stations, no new clinics or other government services. Those may not be in your direct competency, Minister, but your job is settlements, not housing. You must coordinate in cabinet. Mr. Maile came here today to throw some shade, but unfortunately he spilt it all over himself. His department had to surrender R500 million in 2022. He made loud comments about Ekurhuleni, a metro that is not accredited for housing. And the competency remains on Mr. Maile's provincial department. Shame on you, MEC, for misleading the House and South Africa again. Honourable Sheikh, the ANC is pinning so much hope on the district development model, and now you add housing to the list, and I heard a lot of speakers doing that today. And yet you're paying no attention to the failure of the pilot projects of the district development model. The horse is dead. Stop flogging. Honourable Domini, your speech today was excellent. If only we trusted your party to stick with the sentiments that you put forward, instead of being one of the biggest impediments to housing delivery, coordinating invasions on land earmarked for formal development. The Honourable Badenhorst gave a very brief outline on how things go in the DA-led Western Cape, when there is a plan and that plan is well executed. There remain massive challenges, but the momentum is there. People's lives are improving, and indeed, there is hope. Deputy Minister, as for your vitriol, it cannot hide your department's failures. Yes, there's a way to go in the Western Cape, I've just said so, but it remains by far the province doing the most to improve the lives of its residents, and Cape Town as a city is undoubtedly doing the most for poor residents who rely on government. It's not about politics, it's about lives. Honourable members, each year we go through the motions of talking about the budget votes. Each year we agree that plans in place are inadequate to address the substantial needs that exist out there. And then when it comes for voting for the budget, the ANC does the bidding of the executive. What if, honourable members, what if for once this House were to vote according to what we all know the real needs of the people who elected us to represent them are? What if we were to agree to tell this minister to take the budget vote and go and do better? Because repeating the same mistakes over and over is a sign of insanity. Minister, your plans are not working. The people of South Africa simply deserve better. Woza 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable PB Mama.
Oye, siyabonga sihlalo. Uthi unginezelele ithuba ngibe ingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswana namhlanje. Ngibingelele kumphathiswa bethu balomnyango kanye nesekela lakhe kanye nozakwethu. Ngicela ukusika nje ejika ngaphambi kokuthi ngiqale inkulumo mpikiswana yami la. Umhlonishwa uSmith ukhuluma indaba ka-30 years democracy ukuthi akayiboni. Kuyangixaka ngoba u300 years akakusho kona ukuthi yini into awayenzela indle emnyama. Mina ngizokutshela ke mina ke Honorable ke Smith ukuthi u300 years wakho wamthatha umuntu omnyama ngokuthi uGarden Boy. Wamthatha umuntu osifazane wathi usokhishi. Awuzange ufuna ukuthi umfundise lama skills owasho namhlanje ukuthi thina kulo 30 years asikaze sinikeze ama skills abantu. Ngizokutshela nje ukuthi nje sisumbuka kancane ukuthi lo 30 years esinawo thini wedemocracy kunalo 300 sikwazile ukuthi thina siwuhulumeni kakhongolose senza ama-TVETs for ama-skills bezokwazi abantu ukuthi namhlanje sinama skills o civil engineering babantu abamnyama into esesingayazi in 300 years. We have got architects today into esesingayazi ngo 300 years. So musa ke ukusitshela indaba ukuthi within 30 years what did we do? Uzokusikela nje kwelibanzi kodwa ngizokuyekela abazokuthatha. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, we have come a long way as a country. Not long ago, the majority of the population, the African majority, was not permitted to live, work, or do business in certain parts of the country, which were partitioned and designated to belong to white population. The African majority, Indians and Coloureds, were designated to live in the townships or native locations that were inhabitable for human beings. Through the struggle of our people, we managed to dismantle the apartheid laws and bring in a new democratic constitution which espouses the democratic ideals enshrined in the Freedom Charter. To achieve the ideal enshrined in the Freedom Charter, the National Department of Human Settlement has been empowered to address an issue of transformation in the housing sector, ensure that the fractured housing and land market are addressed and accessible for the Black majority, for inclusive human settlement, not defined by race or gender. This point pushing back on the legacy of colonialism and apartheid spatial planning to create democratic integrated human settlement. Honorable Chairperson, the architects of apartheid must have turned in their graves as they see the work of our democratic government in its quest to push back the legacy of colonial and apartheid spatial planning as we creating democratic and integrated human settlement. Our country vision for integrated and inclusive democratic human settlement is contained in the National Development Plan 2030 vision. The NDP vision has been translated into 3 specific integrated outcomes of the medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 2024, namely the special transformation through multi-program integration in priority development areas, adequate housing and improving living environment, and lastly, the security of tenure. Honorable members and honorable chairperson, our democratic government has adopted the identification, planning, and development of priority development areas to transform the legacy of colonialism and apartheid spatial planning. The ANC-led government has acquired hectares of well-located land for rezoning in order to build affordable housing stock for those who would otherwise have been unable to buy land to build their dream homes. The PDAs allow the government to build affordable houses for the middle strata, provide social and rental housing for those who are migrants, and include the breaking new ground housing development in the same areas as the houses of the affluent in our society. Honorable members and honorable chairperson, one of the successful programs coming out of the planning, designing, and development PDAs is Cosmo City in the Gauteng province. Former Minister of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation, Ms. Lindwe Sisulu, captured successfully the achievements of the Cosmo City when she said, I quote, "What is remarkable about Cosmo City is its multi-class, multiracial, and multinational character. The city consists of 12,000 units, which meets typologies and range from fully subsidized housing to bonded houses and rental units. It is a striped city with all elements that our policy determines constitute a human settlement, complete with 12 schools, 3 shopping malls, health facilities, police stations, a community center with a hall, 43 parks and recreational areas, a library, a cemetery, and several churches. I close quote. 300 years of the apartheid. Where was the Cosmo City for the Black person? I'm just asking that. This one is the major achievement of our democratic government. We wish to say to Minister Kubai that we want more Cosmo cities across our country to completely eradicate the legacy of colonialism and apartheid special planning. Honorable Chairperson, during the apartheid, the African majority were denied the right to the city or to own property, except in the Bantustans. And the lucky few who managed to own properties had no title deeds to show ownership. In 99 years later, now I'm one of those victims. He's had to wait all a manje. There was a petty Congolose who like it. Because of that, the Department of Human Settlement has taken a resolution to ensure that the issues out and clears the title deed backlogs, which stands all over 1 million, inclusive of the pre-1994 government subsidized housing and post-1994 title deeds. Nansi lento yendlu ukuthi umuzi ngowami. We welcome this commitment from the ministry to clear out the title deed backlogs because the title deed is important for the Black majority who have been without property for more than 300 years as a result of the colonialism and apartheid policies. Title deeds are an important instrument of people who seek to acquire more assets as they represent value and the collateral of finance. In fact, title deed issuers restores land, tenures, right for the Black majority. We further wish to taken by the department regarding the issuance of title deeds in the new housing projects. The department will ensure the title deeds are issued immediately after the ERF number and sites are allocated to beneficiaries without delay. Honorable members, Honorable Chairperson, we must further commend the Eastern Cape and Gauteng provinces for leading the issuing of the title deeds to the beneficiaries of the government subsidized, breaking new ground houses. We hope that other provinces will do the same to ensure that the title deed backlogs is cleared and pay the medium-term strategic framework objectives. Now I come to the issue services side as a policy instrument to address land grabs and land occupation and land-hungry families for housing development. Honorable Chairperson, the history of South Africa is the history of land dispossession of the African majority by the white minority. Forever, for over 300 years, I repeat again, the African majority have never squatters in the land of their birth. The development of many of these townships populated by Black people in general and African people in particular began as squatter settlements. Prior to 1994, more than 85% of the land in our country was exclusive reserve of the white minority, with the Black population, inclusive of the coloreds, Indians, African people, constituting less than 14% of the habitable land mass. South Africa, just like any other formerly colonized countries, ours was a colonialism of a special type is struggling to resolve the issue of the land question. The ANC-led government has acknowledged that the land distribution and restitution program has not yet yielded and desired outcomes. And this has resulted in huge numbers of people illegally occupying both state and private land. Our democratic government, through the Housing Development Agency, is acquiring land to distribute to those who need land for housing in the form of service sites. This program for releasing service sites has proven to be effective in addressing not only land hunger, but also housing shortages, especially for those families who want to build their own homes. Many of those who have benefited from the service sites programs are those considered to be informal workers who do not have formal documents to apply for a housing loan. Honorable members, honorable chairperson, the number of the service sites that are issued per year is very small compared to the number of people who need land for housing. It is high time that our ANC-led government considers using Section 93A of the Housing Act of 1997. The Housing Act of Section 93A states that, I quote, a municipality may be noticed in the Provincial Gazette, expropriate, and land requires by it for the purpose of the housing development in terms of any national housing. If one, it is unable to purchase the land on a reasonable terms through negotiations with 25, the owner thereof. Two, it has obtained a permission of the MEC, expropriate such land before the notice of expropriation in the public in the Provincial Gazette. Three, such notice of appropriation is published with 6 months of the date of which permission of the MEC are granted. I'm just workshopping, close quote. I'm just workshopping our EFF Kosiam, Honorable Dlamini, who doesn't know of apartheid, but who always Google and read about apartheid. Tina says the apartheid, don't just grab land anyhow. Landela imigaqo lama exaka housing. Just Honorable Chairperson, the Housing Act is very clear on when our democratic government should expropriate land for housing. We call upon our local and metropolitan municipalities battling with land grabs and land occupation to use the provisions of the Housing Act to achieve sustainable human settlement. The National Department of Human Settlement must assist these municipalities by developing regulations that will give effects of the provision of the Housing Act. The government needs to expand numbers and units to mud houses to be eradicated and complemented with an increased funding for the program. Honorable Chairperson, it is the African elderly, women and children who populate our village, our rural villages. For the past 27 years, our democratic government has persuaded the housing program.
As you conclude, Mama.
As I conclude, that decade most people living in the urban centers, neglecting majority of the people living in the rural areas, especially in the elderly, women and children. We welcome housing program that will target and eradicate the mud houses of the provinces. Honorable members, as I conclude, we are well aware that the land of the villages is communally owned properties, which will make it difficult for our people to receive our title deeds. For the houses that have been built, our democratic government, our constitution provides for all South Africans to have the right to adequate shelters, including those living in the rural areas. We need to ensure that the legislation responds to the need of those who benefit from eradication of mud houses to have security tenure and envisage of
Mama.
Baba, we commend the minister.
Thank you, Mama.
And sorry.
Thank you, Mama.
Of the housing and comfort
Mama.
and shelter and support departed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama.
Malibongwe. Kamalama Koska.
Moshi
Honorable
isikhathi sakho
members.
ukukhuluma nge-EFF.
Honorable members, Mama had full 15 minutes. The only difference is that when I said she must conclude, it was just some few seconds. And she doesn't have that watch that is there. The next speaker that I invite is the Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Gupai.
Chairperson, I'd left 4 minutes earlier on and I requested that it be added to my time so that I'm able to respond to all. If that could be responded to.
No.
It doesn't work like that here. Okay.
It's your
Thank
time,
you.
Minister. Minister, it's your time.
Thank you.
I'm giving you that time that you requested that way.
Yeah, it was my time reserved from the beginning. First, thank you very much. Let me respond to the issues. Firstly, Honorable Smith, I'm not so sure if you've really gone through our APP. And also, as I said in the select committee, it will help members to go through the business plans that are done by provinces. In that, if you look at the plans, it will tell you that the total sites, service sites planned for this financial year are about 42,350. So it's not correct, Honorable Smith, that we did not plan for service sites. Actually, just in Limpopo alone, we've got 1,640. And in the past financial year, we've delivered over 30,000 service sites. It's part of our program. It's part of the inclusion. We've taken that decision and we will be expanding on it. Honorable Dodovu has responded to the issues of housing consumer bill. The housing consumer bill does not victimize consumers, but protect them. It's like, honorable member, somebody says, somebody who is a chef must go and do an operation of the heart. So you can't do that. Building a house is a profession. People go to school to be engineers to build. Why must Mamuloko, who has not done engineering, who does not even know how to put a straight brick, be given the responsibility to build a house? What happens when that house collapses and people die? We will be asked as government to say, why have you not put policies in place to protect housing consumers? So that's the responsibility of government. And the housing consumer bill, it's meant to protect consumers and vulnerable and poor communities. Firstly, from shoddy work by contractors, from those that we have suffered, because this is what even members have said. This is what the communities have said, that we're seeing poor workmanship. Do something about it. That bill is meant to protect and do exactly that. That's why I said we are a government that listens. Honorable Dlamini, mangithi siswam, masesibheka uthi kithi ayikho into esiyenzayo, and I think honorable member uSheikh explained uchazile kakhulu ukuthi informal settlement ihamba kanjani. Ayikuthi siyabayeka abantu bahlale lapha singabanakekeli. First, it's wrong for illegal occupation of land, and EFF must stop encouraging illegal occupation of land and driving occupation of illegal land, because abantu bayafa. They sit closer to river banks. You can't say that as a member who have taken oath. You must protect the people and educate. You are taking advantage of vulnerable communities. You are putting them in river banks where there's water. We are putting them in service sites. We are putting them in houses. So stop doing what you are doing. It's illegal. Actually, one of the examples I would want to make is to get some of the people who are leading this illegal occupation of land arrested so that we can teach them a lesson. This is what we are doing. We are giving them land to be able to occupy. We have upgraded. That's why you have almost 900 of them at phase 3. That means that we have given them land to stay, those informal settlements. We are building new communities, like members have said. Cosmo City was not there. Just in Gauteng, Lufereng, that's the land we are giving to people. Riverside, that's the land we are giving to people. So there are many. You come here in the city of Cape Town, quite a number of developments, Maitland have made. We're converting buildings so that people can own. We are giving title deeds as well in terms of ownership for properties, not only just for them to stay, but for properties to be able to sit in. I think the issue around people going unpunished, I can tell you that since I've been here, we've dismissed people. I think go and look for the record who have not performed. We have actually opened cases for those who have committed crime, those that we have. So there's quite example. I can tell you about City of Johannesburg, an official which was reported to me has been dismissed because we went and took action because communities have said this is what has happened. So we can make example. Quite a number of them across the country in Mpumalanga where they've been arrested, who were selling sites, who were selling RDPs. We are going to Lufereng because communities, when I went into Mbizo, they said there's a problem. I said to MEC Panyaza, to Premier Panyaza and MEC Mazibuko, please support me with your Panya Green Mamba. We'll want to enter into Lufereng and do house-to-house verification of ownership. That we will do in the coming months. That's tangible action. That is tangible action, because you must remember these houses, by the way, are not sold by us, are sold by communities. We give houses to communities, and this is the message I say in Mbizo. We give them houses, they sell to foreigners. We give them houses, they rent, and that's why we are doing that. Ziveze, Zazise, prove that you are the owner of the house. That's what we will be doing. The other issue I want to talk to when my time, Honorable Badenos, Western Cape does not have any policy on flips. That's the national policy. Actually, we have amended the adjustment that you're talking about. It's what I've done it. You didn't fix anything. On the 1st of 2022, we call it First for Home Financing. Oh, First for Home, listen, that's the problem because you don't listen. That's why you think it's your policy. First for Home policy, go and look at my media statement on the 30th of March 2022, you'll see that we have done that. We've changed it to First for Home. What is good about it now, it's not only taking care of urban areas. Families in rural areas where they have permission to occupy, we subsidize them to be able to build as well. That's what government is doing. Second,
Minister,
yeah,
who's on the virtual platform who's disturbing? Honorable.
Not disturbing. It's Honorable Makwala, Honorable Chairperson. I tried to raise my hand and you didn't land off.
Okay. Order, members. Order. Order. Hey, honorable members, order. Honorable Makwala, what's your issue?
I want to ask the minister willing to take a question.
Honorable Minister, I already take a question.
Yes, I'll take the question. A second.
Raise your question.
Thank you, Minister, for taking my question. As you are responding to the debate, Minister, so I want to ask, Minister, do you confirm, as you are saying, that the illegal occupants that are taking land, that are evicted by the red ends, you are in support of that, what the DA has done and put our people at night out of their houses, that they've tried to look for homes. So that's what you are saying, Minister, is that you are in support of what the DA is doing in the Western Cape in George Ward 4, where they evicted people. So this is what you are saying, that you are going to arrest people who are taking land, who don't have any homes. So that's what
he's eating.
Question, that is the question.
Order, members.
Can I proceed?
Honorable
Can I
Makwala.
proceed?
Order, members. Okay. Let's allow the minister to deal with that.
Yeah.
Order.
Honorable member.
Order, members.
Honorable member. Anyone who performs an illegal action must be arrested. We are a country with laws. Yes. Illegal occupation of land is an act of criminality. That's my stance. I have taken oath of office as a minister and as a member of parliament. I stand by the Constitution and all its laws, and my articulation is in that regard. As I proceed, Chairperson. The issue of FLISP and first home financing and the implementation is led by NHFC, which is the National Department entity, and SHRA. So provinces and municipalities do not have the implementation mandate of first home financing, what used to be called FLISP previously. We work with them in partnership, like I said. Last week, I hosted a roundtable to expand in this work with business sector, but also with the banking sector. We'll be expanding we'll be expanding more with our government employee housing scheme. We have signed a memorandum of agreement with them, and we'll be converting buildings in the inner cities to be able to. I hope honorable member tomorrow doesn't own it as a DA. It's very interesting that where he thinks things are going well, the policy is DA, or it's a government policy, it's not an ANC. Where it suits him, and he diverts to be. There's one government, ANC government, that does policy nationally to the bottom, implemented. Acknowledge it as an achievement. I think just to go, somebody asked, what have we done? Honorable Rider, Ekurhuleni has an accreditation status, by the way. Let me just tell you, it does. I come from Gauteng, I'm a Minister of Human Settlements. We evaluate, last week we had a MINMEC that evaluated the entire country of developer status. Ekurhuleni actually under Mayor Mzwandile Masina did very well. Even on illegal occupation, we didn't have Mashaba, and coalition of DA and EFF allowed for a lot of informal settlements that eroded. So let's just leave there. Let me start here. What have we done? In just quick point form, we committed, no, I can say it. We committed to giving title deeds to families, like Honorable Bibi has said. An example, we had a challenge of former Bantustan's communities where their title deeds and their record have been dismissed by apartheid. You tell us not to remind you about apartheid. I grew up in Soweto, I know the pain of that. It can never go. 29 years is not enough to erase the pain and close the wound. That wound has not healed. Now, when you sit in families where you can't have a title deed and the records were destroyed on the eve of democracy, and you tell us that, no, we must take responsibility. We are still trying to find those title deeds. We are still trying to find those records. It's the work of apartheid. Yes, we are doing our best to recorrect. Where we have given them. And I can tell you that with that, it's a lot of issues. What have we done? We have been able to provide subsidy to low-income earners household. It's not
As
done
you
anywhere.
conclude,
To
Minister.
be able to provide them with access to home. We are running one of the biggest World Human Settlement Program, giving dignity to the people. This is what this government has done. 29 years, yes, we have done mistakes, but we are working. There's a record of what we have achieved, and we are continue to upgrade. That's why people trust. You see, you can never be trusted because you flip-flop every day. You can't be trusted. Policy certainty, we provide. We've had implementation weaknesses, and we are correcting that, monitoring and evaluation. We crack the whip and we will deliver to all the people, not to the few. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Honorable delegates.
Malibongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate and the business of the day. I'd like to thank Minister Honorable Gupai, Deputy Minister Honorable Swete, permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates for availing themselves for the sitting. The House is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Papa.